Hello guys, how are you? How are you all? నా వాయిస్ వస్తుందా? వాయిస్ క్లియర్ గా ఉందా? హలో, వెల్కమ్ బ్యాక్ గైస్. హౌ ఆర్ యు ఆల్? మనం ఫస్ట్ కొంచెంసేపు మాట్లాడుకున్న తర్వాత నేను అప్పుడు వాయిస్ అది పెడతాను. ఎందుకంటే నేను కూడా మిమ్మల్ని పలకరించాలి కదా, చాలా రోజులైంది. సో ఫస్ట్ నేను మాట్లాడిన తర్వాత నేను తర్వాత బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ వాయిస్ అది ఆన్ చేస్తాను. ఓ అసలు చూసారా, నేను స్ట్రీమ్ స్టార్ట్ చేయగానే ఫస్ట్ మనోళ్ళు వచ్చారు. అట్లుంటది, కప్పు మనదే గైస్. లెట్స్ గో గైస్, లెట్స్ స్పామ్ ఎల్లో హార్ట్స్ ఫర్ గాడ్ లైక్. అందరు గాడ్ లైక్ కోసం ఎల్లో హార్ట్స్ స్పామ్ చేయండి. మన ప్రైడ్, మన ఇండియా ప్రైడ్ మనోళ్ళు నిలబెడతారని ఖచ్చితంగా అనుకుంటున్నాను. వాళ్ళు ప్రీవియస్ మ్యాచెస్ లో కూడా చాలా బాగా ఆడారు. మనందరం కలిసి సపోర్ట్ చేసి ఎలా అయినా మన ఇండియా టాప్ లో ఉండేలా చూద్దాం. బాగున్నాయి శ్రేయా, నువ్వు ఎలా ఉన్నావు? ఇదైతే అసలు మైండ్ నుంచి పోదు. ఇది ఎన్నాళ్ళకైనా ఎప్పటికైనా ఈ డిన్నర్ అసలు మాస్ కదా. చూసారా మీరు ఎవరైనా ఇది డిన్నర్?
So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
వాల్యూమ్ కొంచెం తక్కువ పెడతా. నా వాయిస్ డామినేట్ అవుతుందా?
I want to say Some in particular has been absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlike. So you can see a little bit of a B shot there, getting ready for this event. But you know what? Godlike is one of the many teams that are going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possible to join the desk right here. We have to summon him. Niptro, so you're ready? 3, 2, 1. Vitality. Oh no, didn't work. Okay, wait. Right, time 2, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time.
లాస్ట్ గ్రూప్ బి లో వీళ్ళు చాలా డామినేట్ చేశారు.
So Vitality, what are we thinking?
My name's Black, special reporter coming in for Vitality so far, doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy.
Delay
Ray
as
well as an Axel.
I show you.
Fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount
Pavana
of work.
good evening Manjula garu.
Style of
నా వాయిస్ ఓకే కదా? నా వాయిస్ ని వాళ్ళ వాయిస్ డామినేట్ చేసి చెప్పండి. ఇంకొంచెం తగ్గిస్తా, ఎందుకంటే నా వాయిస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. మాట్లాడాలి తర్వాత పెంచుతా కావాలి.
Some big numbers, especially on that one game against Hora on the beaches west of George Pole. So this team, with how impressive they were in the opening day of their respective group,
అన్ని బాగా సెట్ చేస్తావుగా. నీ వాయిస్ కొంచెం
can we see
పెంచాలా?
something similar going into this one, Black, Mr. Vitality?
Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that bigger. I mean, Vitality's going to do very well here.
బైక్ వస్తుందా?
The spiritual successors, of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well.
నేను చాలా రోజుల తర్వాత స్ట్రీమ్కి వచ్చా కదా, మీరందరు కొంచెం లింక్ పెట్టచ్చు కదా. నేను పెడతా ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ లో లింక్. ఈలోపు ఒక 2 minutes నేను ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ లో లింక్ పెట్టేసి వస్తా.
Absolutely, I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in
globally,
just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skill despite their various.
Hi Harikiran annaya, నేను బాగున్నాను. రాజు రెడ్డి హలో. హాయ్ రాబీ.
So yeah, it's a very
hi show you. Hi Rabi.
And also the fact that they can get
hi
so many
Harikiran
wins.
annaya. Yeah, fine. కొంచెం వర్క్ ఉంది, వేరే వర్క్ ఉంది, కొంచెం స్ట్రీమ్ ఆపాను అంతే. హాయ్ బన్ను. హాయ్ తేజ. షార్ట్స్ లో పెట్టలేదు, లాంగ్ లోనే పెట్టా. మనకి లాంగ్ లో చూస్తేనే మజా వస్తుంది గైస్. ఇది షార్ట్స్ లో చూస్తే ఏమనిపిస్తుంది చెప్పండి. ఈ మ్యాచెస్ మనం లాంగ్ లో నుంచి ఆడాలి. తేజ, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద మెంబర్షిప్ తేజ. హాయ్ తేజ, ఐఎమ్ సో హ్యాపీ ఫర్ యూ. నేను సోషల్ మీడియాలో ఎక్కువ చూడలేదు, ఎప్పుడు 2 days బ్యాక్ చూసాను. ఇది ధోని బర్త్డే వీడియో చాలా వైరల్ అయింది కదా. మీకు అలానే ప్రతి వీడియో వైరల్ అవ్వాలి, పెట్టి పోస్ట్ చేసిన వీడియో. హ్యాపీ ఫర్ యూ తేజ. హాయ్ ఇర్ఫాన్, వెంకీ, హలో, వెల్కమ్. నాకు 2 minutes టైం ఇస్తే నేను ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ లో లింక్ పెట్టేసి వస్తాను. ఎందుకంటే చాలా మందికి నోటిఫికేషన్ వెళ్ళక నాకు చాలా మంది నేను లైవ్ పెట్టినప్పుడు కూడా నాకు మెసేజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. లైవ్ పెట్టట్లేదు, మేబీ వాళ్ళకి తెలియట్లేదేమో అనుకున్నా. సో నేను ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ లో నేను లింక్ పెట్టేసి వస్తాను.
Orangutan, they moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit of, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you have
Jagadish, hello guys, please spam hearts for Teja.
EWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. They've solved so much of that, and so yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're level black where maybe a trophy is in the cards for these guys.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Wait.
Predicted by Max. Womp womp.
Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time we saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing. They looked scared. They looked like they didn't have it in them from what was basically a rookie upstart squad who were testing a lot of other squads, right? Poking at them, nipping at their heels.
My team names are, my team name Godlike, Okati OG, Orangutan.
Back now, and that's good news going in towards the finals.
Good morning, Abigail.
Go for it.
No, I
Akka Godlike or OG, who రెండు మన టీమ్స్ ఒకటేలా ఇప్పుడు అక్కడ చాలా కంట్రీ టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా మనం మన టీం కంట్రీ టీమ్స్ అన్నిటికీ సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి ఒకదానికి కాదు ఇప్పుడు మన ఇండియాలో జరిగింది అనుకో అప్పుడు మన ఫేవరెట్ టీం ఉంటుంది అప్పుడు మన ఫేవరెట్ టీం కి మనం సపోర్ట్ చేయొచ్చు బట్ కానీ ఇది వరల్డ్ మొత్తం ఐ మీన్ అన్ని కంట్రీస్ కాదులే కానీ కొన్ని కంట్రీస్ వరకు ఉన్నాయి కదా సో మన కంట్రీ నుంచి వెళ్ళిన అన్ని టీమ్స్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి నేను రెండు టీమ్స్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తాను గాడ్లిక్ అండ్ ఓజీ మా టీమ్ కి స్లాట్ లేదు అందులో ఇద్దరెళ్ళు హాయ్ ట్రిగర్ వెల్కమ్ హౌ ఆర్ యు yes let's go India
could be a big surprise especially as they picked up the mantle of Deep Xavier earlier this year right
could be also
Instagram story పెట్టావు చెక్ చేయండి వచ్చిందా గైస్
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget
and
to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show.
No.
7. I do believe we are missing one.
Batman,
Oh, not again. Not again. She ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our
guys మనమైతే చాలా వరకు ప్రశాంతంగా లైవ్ చేద్దాం ఎందుకంటే నేను ప్రీవియస్ గా జరిగిన సెమీఫైనల్స్ కానీ సెమీఫైనల్ స్టేజ్ గా నేను ఆఫ్లైన్ లో చూసా అప్పుడు కొంతమంది కామనే కదా పాకిస్తాన్ వాళ్ళు చాలా ట్రోల్ చేశారు మన వాళ్ళని మనం ప్రశాంతంగా చూడడానికి ట్రై చేద్దాం ఏమనుకుంటా హాయ్ బిగ్ రాక్స్ మీకు తెలుసా ఇందులో పాకిస్తాన్ టీం కూడా ఉందని ఎవరెవరికి తెలుసు మీకు తెలిస్తే పాకిస్తాన్ టీం నేమ్ ఏంటో చెప్పండి హాయ్ బిగ్ నువ్వేనా బ్యాట్మ్యాన్ పేరు మార్చావు ఎలా గుర్తుపడతా చెప్పు అసలు గేమ్ ప్లే వైజ్ గా వస్తే గేమ్ ప్లే వాళ్ళు బాగానే ఆడతారు కానీ వాళ్ళ క్రియేటర్స్ ఎవరైతే చేస్తారో చాలా ఎక్కువ చేస్తున్నారు
prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile.
Indonesia team తెలుసా మీకు?
Will they be able to make it happen?
అక్క అన్ని రోజులు
John Allen.
అన్ని రోజుల తర్వాత అవును
I think they might actually have it.
45 లక్ బాగా
John Allen. It looks like
మొత్తం 45 లక్ ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ కామెంట్ సెక్షన్ అంతా మన ఇండియా వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు.
I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
స్టార్ట్ చేయండి మా
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this
man
was on the loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to look in just as much as our players, 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
ఫైనలీ తెలుగు వాచ్ పార్టీ. ఎస్ హాయ్ రసూల్. గైస్ మన టీం వాళ్ళు వచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రం మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా చాట్లో మాత్రం మనం ఖచ్చితంగా ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలి గైస్. అలెక్సా యువర్ ఫేవరెట్ ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ ప్లేయర్ ఎవరు? నేను నిజంగా చెప్పాను అజయ్, నాకు అట్లా ఏం లేదు. ఇవాళ నేను ఏదైనా టోర్నమెంట్ కానీ ఏమైనా చూసాను అనుకో, ఇవాళ ఎవరు బాగా ఆడితే ఈ రోజుకి వాళ్ళే నా ఫేవరెట్. నేను అలాగే నాకు అట్లా ఏం లేదు. ఎవరు బాగా ఆడితే వాళ్ళు అందరి మ్యాచెస్ చూస్తా, అన్ని మ్యాచెస్ చూస్తాం. ఎస్ స్మూత్ రైస్. మీరు వెజ్ కదా అంట, మీకు ఎలా తెలుసు? తిన్నా అభిను తిన్నావు. మొన్న ఒక రీల్ చూసా యాక్చువల్గా ఆ రిఫ్లెక్స్ నాక్ మైండ్ బ్లోయింగ్. ఎవరి నేను చెప్పి ఇండోనేషియా టీం వాళ్ళే, కానీ వాళ్ళే టీం వైటాలిటీ అంటారు, వైటాలిటీ అంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఇండోనేషియా. అసలు వాళ్ళు పోయినసారి డామినేట్ ఆడారు గ్రూప్ బిలో. సెకండ్ హ్యాండ్ ఆడలేదు కానీ ఫస్ట్ డే బాగా ఆడారు. సెకండ్ వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఆడితే మ్యాచ్ ఒకరోజు లైవ్ లో చెప్పారంట. నేనా యాక్చువల్లీ నాన్ వెజ్ కానీ ఇప్పుడు వెజ్ తింటున్నా అంతే. టీమ్స్ అందరూ వచ్చేసిన తర్వాత మ్యాచ్ మేబీ 4:30కి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు అనుకుంటా, ఐ థింక్ సో. నీ స్టోరీ పెట్టామని తెలీదు. ఏం కాదు 2 ఉంటే ఉండని ఏమవుతుంది. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు లేరా? ఇది కంట్రీస్కి జరుగుతుంది. మనకు తెలుగు వాళ్ళు, మన ఇండియన్స్ ఉంటారు అందులో, మన ఇండియా వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు అందులో, తెలుగు వాళ్ళు కాదు. వీళ్ళు కూడా చాలా బాగా ఆడతారు. సౌత్ కొరియా. చైనా నేను చూడలే. మన టీం వెళ్ళిపోయిందా? చైనా వాళ్ళు టీంబా. టర్కీ నుంచి 3 టీమ్స్ క్వాలిఫై అయ్యాయి తెలుసా? వీళ్ళు టర్కీ వాళ్ళే. ఇండియా మనమేమో ఇండియా నుంచి 2 టీమ్స్ వెళ్ళాయి అనుకున్నాం, కానీ టర్కీ నుంచి 3 టీమ్స్ వచ్చాయి క్వాలిఫై అయ్యాయి. నేపాల్ వీళ్ళు. హై చెర్రీ. వీళ్ళు సింగపూర్ అనుకుంటా, సింగపూర్. గాడ్ లైక్. కమ్ ఆన్ గైస్, ఓజీ వచ్చేసారా? నేను చూడలేదు. అరోరా గేమింగ్. హై ఫియర్లెస్ ఈజ్ లైవ్. ఈడా వీళ్ళు టర్కీ. ఈడా టర్కీ అయినా ఏమో తెలియదు. గైస్ లైక్ ఫర్ ఆరెంజ్ హార్ట్స్ ఓజీ. అసలు 6 ఏమన్నా ఆడుతున్నాడా? వామ్మో అసలు. వీళ్ళు గైస్ వీళ్ళే ఇండోనేషియా టీమ్. మీరు ఎస్ట్రల్గా క్లిప్ చూసారన్నాడు కదా, తను రింగులు చుట్టుంది కదా, తనే కొట్టింది. చాలా బాగా ఆడతారు వీళ్ళు. పాకిస్తాన్ వాళ్ళు బాగా ఆడతారు. గేమ్ వైజ్ అయితే బాగా ఆడతారు. మనకి వాళ్ళతో ఉన్నది తీసేస్తే గేమ్ పరంగా అయితే బాగా ఆడతారు అని.
We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next 3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The PMWC finals at EWC 2026 starts right now.
కూడా రెండో బాగా ఆడాడు కదా. కానీ మన వాళ్ళు క్వాలిఫై అవ్వడానికి మాత్రం అంటే లైక్ సర్వైవల్ స్టేజ్కి వచ్చిన వచ్చేవాళ్ళు, బట్ కానీ గ్రూప్ బి నుంచి టాప్ 3లో క్వాలిఫై అవ్వడానికి రీజన్ అయితే ఎడ్మినో నేడు.
All corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion.
అయ్యో విష్ణు.
Smarter, adapt faster and deliver when the
గైస్ ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ మీరు ఎవరు డిన్నర్ కొడతారు అనుకుంటున్నారు చెప్పండి. మనం ఇండియా కాబట్టి ఖచ్చితంగా ఇండియా కొట్టాలనే సపోర్ట్ చేద్దాం. ఫింగర్ క్రాస్ చేయండి అందరు చాట్లు. హార్ట్ స్పామ్ చేయండి ఖచ్చితంగా ఇంట్లో డిన్నర్ కొట్టాలి కదా ఫస్ట్ డే డామినేట్ చేస్తే ప్రశాంతంగా ఉండొచ్చు సెకండ్ డే తర్వాత ఎట్లైనా స్మాష్ చూస్తుందో మనం కప్పెట్టుకొచ్చేద్దాం పెద్దదా చిన్నదా అంటే ఏ దానికుంటే దానికి ఉంటుంది కదా గాడ్లెక్ కొడతారంట ఓకే మనం అదే అనుకుందాం ఆల్రెడీ ఎడ్మిలో చెప్పాడు టాప్ టీమ్స్ ఎవరెవరు ఉంటారంటే మేము ఖచ్చితంగా టాప్ 2 లో ఉంటామని చెప్పాడు గాడ్లెక్ ఎస్ ఇది కూడా మెంటల్ ఆడతాడు ఇది కూడా ఇందులో కూడా డిన్నర్ మస్తు కొడతాడు నేనైతే షాక్ అయిపోయి అది అప్పుడు చూసి ఇడా అల్ల అసలు ఆ రోజు ఎంత కంబ్యాక్ ఇచ్చారు 2 డిన్నర్స్ 3 డిన్నర్స్ కొడతారు అసలు ఆ రోజు సెకండ్ డే రోజు గాడ్ లైక్
and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple other players off guard.
Sara ching water ba. Let's fill chesi wo mottaanni ne malli adaganu ninnu. I'm fine Shenmugh garu meer ela unnaru. అసలు నేనైతే ఎట్లా వచ్చే తెలుసా ఆ మ్యాచ్ చూసినప్పుడు ఫుల్ గూస్ బంప్స్ మస్తు అనిపించింది ఆ మ్యాచ్ ఒకటి ఓజీ 40 వాళ్ళతో ఫైట్ పాకిస్తాన్ వాళ్ళతో ఫైట్ ఉంటది అది అసలు నేను అయిపోతారు కొట్టరేమో 3 men ఉన్నారు కదా వీళ్ళు 4 men ఉన్నారు ఓపెన్ లో పుష్ చేశారు పైనుంచి ఇంకో టీం ఉంది కదా అనుకున్నా కానీ బాగా ఆడారు అప్పుడు ఓజీ అది కూడా ఫైట్ మా అనిపించింది ఇంకా జానథన్ గాడ్లెక్ నుండి ఎందుకు వెళ్ళిపోయారు నాకేం తెలుసు నన్ను అడుగుతారు నాకేదో జానథన్ తెలుసా ఏంటి అవి ఎలా చెప్తారు బ్రో ఎవరు చెప్పరు ఎందుకు వెళ్ళిపోయారు అంటే తను ఓన్ గా ఆర్డర్ పెట్టుకోవాలని ఉందేమో అందుకే వచ్చేసాడు బయటికి మ్యాచ్ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి ఎంతసేపు వాయిస్ చేంజ్ అయిందా నాది స్వీట్ గా అయిందా లేకపోతే చండాలంగా అయిందా హాయ్ అండి కర్మ గారు ఆరు లోటస్ నేడేస్తాడు కదా ఎంత బాగా వేస్తాడు అసలు నేను సీరియస్ చెప్తున్నా నేను చాలా అండర్ ఎస్టిమేట్ చేసా ఆరుని ఫస్ట్ డే ఆడుతున్నప్పుడు నేను చాలా అండర్ ఎస్టిమేట్ చేసి మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ తో అన్నా చాలా ఆరు అది కొంచెం గన్ పవర్ పెంచుకుంటే బాగుంటది మిగతా ముగ్గురు బాగా ఆడతారు కదా అట్లా అన్నా కానీ వాళ్ళ ముగ్గురు కన్నా ఆరు బాగా ఆడుతున్నాడు ఒక టైంలో తను టాప్ ఫ్రాగర్స్ దాంట్లో కూడా ఉన్నాడు ఆరు జెల్లీ టీమ్ లోనే ఎందుకు వెళ్ళాడు అలెక్సా గారు అడిగి మెసేజ్ చేస్తాను నాకు రిప్లై ఇచ్చి చెప్తాను ఎందుకు వెళ్ళాడు కొంతమంది క్యాస్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు వాళ్ళు కూడా కొంచెం ఇండియాకి ఆపోజిట్ అంటే లైక్ ఇండియాని కొంచెం తక్కువ చేసి మాట్లాడాలని కాస్టింగ్ చేస్తారు వాళ్ళు మనకు అంత ఇంగ్లీష్ అర్థం కాదు కానీ కొన్ని క్లియర్ గా అర్థం చేసుకుంటే కొన్ని అంతకు ముందు సరిగ్గా ఆడలేదు కదా ఓజీ సో అది పట్టుకొని కొన్ని నాకు అలా అనిపిస్తుంది నాకు అలా అనిపిస్తుంది మళ్ళీ మీరు అనుకుంటుంది తప్పుగా ఫాస్ట్ చెప్పేది రా నాకేం తెలుసురా నన్ను అడుగుతుంది బ్రో జానథన్ ఎందుకు గాడ్లకి వెళ్ళిపోయాడు నేను ఏం చేయను బ్రో నాకేం తెలుసు చాలా రోజులు అయింది కదా అక్క అలా ఉందేమో నాకు మేబీ బాలేదా మార్చుకోవాలా గొంతు మార్చుకుంటా గొంతు విష్ణు పర్లేదు ప్లాస్టిక్ సర్జరీ లాగా గొంతు సర్జరీ ఏమైనా ఉంటే చెప్పు చేసుకుంటాను మీరు అందరు చాట్లు స్పామ్ చేస్తే ఎల్లో హార్ట్ స్పామ్ చేస్తే అలా డిన్నర్ కొట్టుకొస్తారు వాళ్ళు నాకు ఎందుకో ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ ఓజీ ఆర్ గాడ్లెక్ డిన్నర్ కొడితే బాగుంది అనిపిస్తుంది కొడతారు కానీ అస్సలు ఈజీ కాదు ఆ లాబీ ఆ ప్లేయర్స్ పిచ్చా టఫ్ మనం చూసి ఎంత ఈజీ కాదు మనం ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని ఎన్నైనా మాట్లాడుకుంటాం అలా కూడా చేస్తారా అదే వాడేమైనా చెప్తే ఉంటదంటే చేసుకుందాం మరీ స్వీట్ ఉంది అంటే స్వీట్లు తిన్నాను ఇప్పుడు ఐస్ క్రీమ్ తిన్నాను రా ఇదిగో ఇప్పుడు ఐస్ క్రీమ్ తిన్నా మేబీ అందుకు అనుకుంటా
We'll set the stage for you as we get our playing platform board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate.
That
was something to be remembered, but the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Godlike and nosy.
Now we put that all together, a big hodgepodge of talent. They're going to be stepping over each other.
OG వాళ్ళు రాండ్లలో రీకాల్ అసలు నేను చూసినప్పుడు యూజ్ చేసుకోలేదు అసలు వాళ్ళు చేసుకుంటే మంచిది ఏమోలే వాళ్ళ ప్లాన్ వాళ్ళ స్ట్రాటజీస్ వాళ్ళకు ఉంటాయి కదా ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని నేను ఎవరు నాకు అసలు సీన్ కూడా లేదు వాళ్ళకి సజెషన్ వాళ్ళకి చెప్పేంత
just the other day on survival stage day 2
లీగల్ గా ఉన్నారు ఫోర్ట్రెస్ లో సౌండ్ పెంచినా లైవ్ ది ఓకేనా సౌండ్ పెంచినా కొంచెం ఓకేనా ఇప్పుడు మీకు అర్థం అవుతుంది అంటే మాకు పర్లేదు నీ వాయిస్ వింటానంటే నేను మాట్లాడుతా లేదా తగ్గిమంటే తప్పుతా చెప్పురా నా పేరు అంటే ఏంటో నీ పేరు అయ్యా ఈ అమ్మ వాళ్ళు ఫైట్ అవుతుంది
instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points.
AK off the finish.
In a matter of seconds.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4. QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47.
ఇదైతే నేను ఎక్కువ ఫైట్ చూడను ఫిల్మ్ చూస్తా ఏదైనా మిస్ అయితే తప్పుగా అనుకోకండి నాకు ప్రాబ్లమా లైవ్ వస్తుంది బానే
the damn teams in that position.
He's got
yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage.
Again,
delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced
nice
out as
nice
as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves.
He's got fight
3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Nonshin Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba.
3 points at Hora. Good start kada. Ayya, 40 wala kattagotte Tiamba.
He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 thrives there. Left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
Start as you mean to proceed, it seems then for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
Ooh, that's a great lineup, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Oh no.
But for S2G, my boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they're saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals.
Sorry, S2G, I mean, Enigma Galaxy team
lacked a little bit of, but for that Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream. Ooh. Good damn.
Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the P.
Lord
trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro though with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Good stuff that Solke at least at distance is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiaoting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Eren now coming against Wit, bears them out HP, but at distance it's Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
This is the dream start for Tiamba. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, mate, he was just popping off back in the games we've seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand and can keep this going throughout the whole day, good luck.
It's the buffer that we're talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved over on the lucky spin, which you can join in with us in-game right now for the 2026 EWC, the exclusive 2026 EWC tournament. Make sure to try your chances just like QZZ and this spray down with the S12K.
Will 9 kills got at Tiamba. We literally group below first day.
Unreal reactions as well.
Survival stage
swinging today.
Survival stage means actually our team bad. Kana appudu kaadaledu. Survival stage lo kuda top lo unnaru.
Touching on the fact if you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, the extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this Battlegrounds, it's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You've got to get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
మీరు ఈ మ్యాచ్ చూసారా ఎప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ గ్రూప్ బి ఫస్ట్ డే ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ ఏంటి రోండో ఏంటి ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టేజ్ లో ఏ అనే వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు కదా వాళ్ళు 40 పాయింట్స్ 30 కిల్స్ కొట్టారు దీంట్లో ఆడిన తర్వాత హక్కు మ్యాచ్ almost eliminated
talked about too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling.
And
not only does that mean that yes, you can win technically, it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that Smash ruling. So we are looking for similar results to Fall Fries or Vitality in terms of how far they set themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. Might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
No 55 inches TV lo match miss aituno. ఇదే చిన్నది కాదురా నా మానిటర్ ఏం చిన్నది కాదు ఇది అంత ఉన్నదిలే కానీ ఇది పెద్దదే నా మానిటర్ కూడా నిజంగా పోవాలరా నిజంగా
for the future though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much
ఏ మనోళ్ళే
two sides that you touched on there though, of course, being Vitality and Fall Fries.
Recall ఇవ్వలేదా ఫ్లాష్
their respective groups easily. The best squads we saw.
How
aggressive they were.
Yeah.
Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit. When they then
played
their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the Drakes coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assume to be our best 10 teams forward there. Yeah. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong, and for them it was more a case of switching it on in those moments.
We can do exactly that.
It looks like all the lights are on hold right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy, like actually wild. Speed at which he was, the speed at which he was like.
ఎవర్రా వెనక వాళ్ళ గోలా చప్పట్లు కొడుతున్నారు
We had the one clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a winning 3 minutes to go. That was the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Full-on butcher blade coming out from Milu, chopping everyone to bits. Crazy.
What's going on?
Love to see it. Circle goes over towards that northern side. A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. On the bridges coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot trying to hold teams out. Orangutan though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further into the circle. Tiamba, Vitality all on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they realise because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
Shades of Stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards in a final circle, but let's see if they can win out versus Orangutan straight through the door. And it's easy clean-up on the opening 2 players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds. Down to a duo once again.
Finish na babu. Aaru okkade unnadu.
Tanky there as well. Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, aka OP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like I said before, you get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Thankfully, he's got just enough time. Of course, slightly further out.
Recall even already
he goes up towards the top of the north side. Going to get that recall in.
First fight
See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them's bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me.
40 down.
There had been so much talk about Federalis has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile, but Axel was just swinging and not missing. So that's what gives me a lot of hope, and I'm very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out to go along. But genuinely overall, we're impressive. They were second best inside of their group, only beat out by Vitality. And to be fair play. I mean, fair play.
Kranti bro, BGMI వాళ్ళు through వస్తుంది వాచ్ పార్టీ పర్మిషన్ వాళ్ళకి వాళ్ళ మనకి చెప్తారు BGMI వాళ్ళ సైడ్ నుంచి మీకు ఇలా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉందా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే మీరు అప్లై చేసుకోండి అని చెప్పి మనకి చెప్తారు
representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us the longer this one goes on.
Yeah, Aurora, they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them.
నేను ఇంట్లో ఉంటే ఏం చేస్తా తెలుసా ఇందులో మెయిన్ స్క్రీన్ టీవీలో ఇది పెట్టుకుంటా పక్కన ల్యాప్టాప్ కానీ ఫోన్లో మ్యాప్స్ టీమ్
పెట్టుకుంటా. We've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. Let's get to the point now where it's
గోల్
sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really
నాకు ఇప్పుడు చూపిస్తుంది
they're in most of the finals. It's like that's already a big achievement. Towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it, so if you are really swing past here, they also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but Fourth Rise have beaten them to the punch here down towards their southwest from stadium.
Looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. Communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays. Feel like a whole new man showed up.
వాళ్ళకి డబ్బులు లాక్కుంటారా మొన్నదాకా ఆల్ఫా 7 వాళ్ళు గోల్ వేసారనుకుంటే ఇప్పుడు వీళ్ళు తయారయ్యారు ఎంత గోల్ అంటే నాయిస్ వస్తుంది బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ లో.
The geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
Jonathan lead.
I mean, man. Every single one of Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. A-King. A lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle, very, very good at playing that anchor style.
Nice ra.
Generally is the last player to go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right, Syria looking good. Eagles, I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah.
They've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala. Silence also doing a lot of good work. But yeah, Eagles was just really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting into
మీకు ఎలా ఉంది బానే ఉంది
వింటండి
జాన్సన్ గాడ్లిక్ కాదు కదా బ్రో ఒక్కడే వెళ్ళలేదురా సాయితో వెళ్ళాడు సాయి వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్.
And swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy, and there's a lot of difficult windows.
అరే మన జోన్ చూడండి మంచి తీస్తాను ఎంత స్ప్లిట్ ఉన్నారా.
Get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play.
బానే తీశారు కానీ అటు సైడే ఉన్నాయి టీమ్స్ అన్ని చాలా స్ప్లిట్ ఆడుతున్నారు ఎల్బ్యాడ్ లైన్కి. ఎన్ఎస్ వాళ్ళకి ఫైట్ సిఏ వాళ్ళకి ఫైట్ ఇలా అబ్బా ముగ్గురు నాకు రా
But meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel that down on top of them from Nonshin Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in last to try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against EWC.
At this point, a little bit too late. They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. Deserve that coming into this stage of the game. GABYTE is still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate.
Are you 40?
Stepping up to the plate here, spraying through the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is risky, bro. So swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to 4-5.
40 eliminated.
To go down, and that's how they fall in our opening game. E-Arena.
40 eliminated. Ipo Pakistan live stream pattali.
Combo with Tiamba.
40 eliminated. Too much.
Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. A-King will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad. Puts up more points.
Original dog and dog original value.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him.
Milu is just out of control this game.
Idhar down unnaru.
Kill వస్తే బాగుంటారు. A couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron not letting up. Just about press over the top of that ridge side. To try and deny those sightlines, they make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been tossing a couple of curveballs. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
Fair play, man.
Come on, OG.
He's thinking you want to try and ruin this for us on
game. Kill ra chakka. Kill chidra live dramania.
Force out the utility, see what he can scrap through onto them.
Vilanappudu ili cheppalanipistunadi. Ari nice zone abba. Koncham set zone. Kaapadi NSL li ye vallu unnaru.
Center for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality's actually in a really good spot here.
Indagaltaru mostly.
Like I said before, it does give that ability to move out over towards that northeast side if needs be, but they also can crunch every single team on that western side. There was one player remaining from It is
orange color team undi kada.
on that eastern side of
Ye vallu 30 kills kottaru babu.
Kind of save
kada
grace
drums elo regodu.
Because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin. Just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Quick replay here from Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction
closing under.
He is quick with it.
He was quick and on a disgusting angle as well.
They turn around back onto
What's gone on there? This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically mostly lived it. Immediately scarpered from that south side. And they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba.
This is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from Ulf goes down. They force into our first game. Milu prime in the nade. Oh.
From then.
మధ్యలో బుగ్గ ఈడా కొట్టింది టీఎంబాని ఒకళ్ళు అరోడా నాకేసి ఒకళ్ళు ఈడా వాళ్ళు కొట్టారు ఈడా వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు కదా ఇటు సైడ్ ఉన్నట్టున్నారు వాళ్ళు ఈడా వాళ్ళు కూడా కొట్టారు 2v2 1 వీక్ కాదు ముగ్గురు గతం 1 ఒక్కడే ఉన్నాడు వీళ్ళు కొట్టేసి వీళ్ళు ఒకటి వెళ్ళిపోయి
just gonna let it happen.
అరే ముందే పక్కన రైల్ కొట్టరా కిల్ అడ్రు ఇచ్చేస్తున్నాడు తమిళ్ బాగుంది థ్యాంక్ యూ మీరు ఎప్పుడు ఆడతారన్న మనకు అంత సీన్ లేదు
Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
We're just going for it.
అసలు ఏం చేయలేం నెక్స్ట్ వాళ్ళు గ్రహించలేకపోయారు పాపం వాళ్ళకి ఎలా తెలుసులే మనం చూస్తున్నాం కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు మనమే ఫేవరెట్ అరోడా పుష్ చేసింది టీఎంబ మీదకి నాకు అయిపోయింది టీఎంబ నార్మల్ కిల్స్ కూడా ఎస్పో నాక్ చేసాడు రా ఎస్టూజీ ఒక్కడే కదా ఎస్టూజీలో ఉంది కిల్ వచ్చేసింది ఒక్కడే అన్నాడు కొట్టేసాడు we want go లేదలా
spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo and it's
FL ఫైట్ చేస్తున్నారు
mirror their success with what remains.
నేను చాట్ చదివేటప్పుడు మనలో ఎవరైనా నాక్ అయినా కిల్ కొట్టినా చెప్పండి కొంచెం చాట్ లో మిస్ అయితే గైస్
they're kind of fighting for nothing on this one as well because they need to leave at some point in the near future.
ఓరా డ్యామేజ్ రా
Fair bit of damage. Flash still got bows in the back line here, lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete inside.
And this godlike! Come on!
Just lets him run straight into the barrel.
God damn. Shotgun straight
మనకి ఎందుకు ఇలా జరిగింది గైస్ ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసేటప్పుడే మన టీంలో ఎందుకు ఇలా పోతే ఓ మై గాడ్ నాకు
This is looking dire.
Finish
for both teams. I mean, non-shit down to
shit
left remaining.
ఇంకొకడు ఉన్నాడు ఎన్ఎస్ లో కిల్స్ వచ్చేస్తే బాగుంటారు కొట్టి ఎవరైనా ఏంట్రా మా కిల్ అవుతుంది
They smell potential points here.
మాన్యా
Honestly, grab them where you can.
పాడలే కన్నా ఓజీ అని ఎదురు ఉన్నారు ఏంట్రా మా కిల్ వస్తుంది ప్లీజ్ రా
reset online at all. Still
ఆల్గెళ్తే ఏమో 7 కిల్లు
There's going to have to be a big hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down.
వచ్చినాయి ఆ కిల్స్
What are we doing?
వస్తాయి ఆ కిల్స్ మనకి అక్కడ ఒక కిల్ వచ్చింది రా
Nutty out there.
ఒకటి కిల్ ఒక నాక్ చేసినట్టున్నారు మనం వీళ్ళే కొట్టినట్టున్నారు మిగతా
It's all gone.
చాలా టీమ్ అలెక్స్ గేమింగ్ అంటే ఇది ఎప్పుడు పెట్టారు మాన్యా
At least challenge the res. Goodness me, man, you're going to go down.
Yeah, bad match.
Malula. I mean, hats off to these guys. They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves.
Hi, Krishna garu.
Hearts right now. Opening up with maybe a gargantuan game.
Shit.
Leading them to believe it is possible once again for Aurora.
AK knock chesadu. FLOlani.
Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with consistency in the game. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of here. Thankfully for them, a little bit of the all the difference. Turney K in the back trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see Doc's doing damage. The scalpels come back.
మీరు చూస్తే మోస్ట్లీ మన ఇండియన్ టీమ్స్ వాళ్ళ కిల్సే పోతాయి అన్ని ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఏ జోకర్ నాకు
Aurora have been just
అబ్బారే ప్లీజ్ రా అరే పక్కనే నడినట్టుంది
find Aru leaving AKOP inside will be able
కొట్టేసారా సూపర్ AKOP
actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG
కిల్ AKOP కొట్టలేదా
zero eliminations they will
నేను AKOP కొట్టడానికి సంబరపడుతున్నాను అక్కడి నుంచి వీళ్ళు కొట్టినట్టున్నారు మనోడు ఎస్ఎల్కి సౌండ్ వస్తే మనోడు కొట్టడానికి 18 matches 3 days 18 matches 3 days come on AK అది రాదు ఇంకా వీళ్ళు పక్క ఒకటి చూస్తాడు కిల్ కోసం మన మీదే పగబట్టారేంట్రా చిత్తువే కిల్లియాక రా జోన్ కి చెయ్యి మనల్ని ట్రోల్ చేస్తున్నారు ర్యాంక్ విషయం ఇంకెవరు ఉంటారు చెప్పండి పాకిస్తాన్ వాళ్ళే ఓన్లీ జోన్ కి ఇచ్చాడు
I think he thought that the angle was bad for him, so pulls off the first aid kit there. Sadly, not able to rank up once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, he ranked up over E Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. Turney K not able to weather the pressure here from our Lula.
Vinnara meeru manolan troll chestunaru akkada. Plan lo rank push ani.
Last year, I don't think a lot of people had high hopes for this squad. They have come into EWC looking fairly decent. Like a lot of work's been going on for the squad.
నాకు చాలా వరకు కొన్ని టీమ్స్ మనకన్నా దారుణంగా ఆటలనే ఆడారు కానీ వాళ్ళు ఎవరు ఏమన్నారు ఒక్క ఓజీ గాడ్లకు వీలే కనిపిస్తారు అందరు సోద్ మొహాలు.
I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
మేబీ వాళ్ళ సపోర్ట్ చేసే టీమ్ ఆ ప్లేస్ లో ఉంటే ఏమన్నా జోన్ నుంచి ఎస్ఎల్ గా పెట్టి అక్కడి నుంచి కొట్టేస్తాడేమో నలుగురిని మరి.
Alila trapped, cowering one by one. They eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up for Enigma Galaxy, and enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia,
Disti first match
in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for the dinner. And Top finds that for an extra elim.
Just instantaneous shots coming through.
Brazil
Reaper swings very wide here over towards the northern edge.
You're eliminate eliminate guys.
An awkward angle like that could
ఎవరు కొడతారు నిగ్మా గెలాక్సీ ఆర్ అరోరా రెండు మంచి టీమ్స్ అలా కాదు వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ ఎలిమినేట్ అవ్వాలని తెలియదు అదే కదా వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ ఎలిమినేట్ అయిపోయారు మేబీ ఒక కిల్ 40 కిల్ కొట్టిందా ఒక కిల్ కొట్టిందో లేదో కూడా తెలియదు నాకు కానీ వాళ్ళు మన వాళ్ళ మీద వాళ్ళకి మన వాళ్ళు అక్కడ దాకానే వచ్చారు కదా కనీసం వాళ్ళు అది కూడా రాలేగా ఆయన వాళ్ళకి అది కనిపించదు వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ట్రోఫీ ఉందని చెప్పి అట్లా చేస్తారు మన వాళ్ళు వెళ్తామే ఫస్ట్ టైం కదా ఫస్ట్ టైం ఐ మీన్ లాంగ్ బ్యాక్ వెళ్ళారు మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడే కదా చాలా నాళ్ళకి అది వరకు ఏం పట్టదు ట్రోల్ చేయడానికి ముందుంటారు పాకిస్తాన్ దొంగ మొహాలు గూగిల్స్ వచ్చాయా ఓకే వాళ్ళు ఆడే ఆట చూస్తే అసలు వాళ్ళు ఏం అనుభూతి కాదు బాగా ఆడతారు అనిపిస్తుంది ఫ్యాన్స్ మామూలు అర్ర కొడుతుందేమో.
This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back lines as well because both of the targets have been distracted. Discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for Aurora to get back into the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefers.
I wish
Ralph
come
had to go back
at
that angle.
God, I mean Indian team ki Pakistan ki padi manol fight gelvali
library on this game.
Chalra
a lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well.
Nalguru unnaru
Enigma Galaxy from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him.
Na telsa arara ani zone arana ledu ekku ilake undi zone veelu kuda zone lo leru asalu
Still the 4v4 here. Utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that.
4v4 under baana
Coops and Lord deadly duo.
Enigma వాళ్ళదే
dinner up front. Is this the docketing once again?
నేను అరోరా అనుకుంటున్నా
Just will tank them. But there's two more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward.
Are top knock ra? Three damage వచ్చేసింది అయిపోయింది Enigma dinner అనుకుంటున్నా.
Enigma Galaxy is making this happen. They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game one as two of Aurora's players buckle under them. It's over. The last man in Joel. They need to isolate the peak as he hits Lord heavy, but he's gone.
Ari yaar. Yentra. Mana ye team peru chalvotunnaru.
That is insane.
Too much. Hi OG Mickey is like.
What a good game.
Hi Yasin. అరే నేనైతే ఇప్పటి నుంచి 40 వాళ్ళకి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తాను అరే టూ మచ్ రా అసలు వాళ్ళు చాలా బాగుంటారు అరరా వాళ్ళు ఎన్నో మనం సపోర్ట్ చేస్తాము ఇల్లు బాగానే ఆడతారు వీడైతే నాకు అన్ని ఫేవరెట్ ఆ టర్కీ వాళ్ళు 4-3 వాళ్ళు తప్ప అంట 33 టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి
I I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Enigma Galaxy also has the high grounds. They set up well on this one.
చాలా disappointment guys ఈ match.
Yeah, good stuff from Enigma
నేను
Galaxy.
ఏదో ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేశా guys. ప్రశాంతంగా ఉంది ఇప్పుడు. అందుకే టీం నేమ్ చెప్పకుండా టర్కీ కావాలన్నా. నువ్వేం మాట్లాడకుండా పాకిస్తాన్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేసి నేను అదే అనుకుంటున్నాను రా. నేను ఎవరికి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు పోతున్నారు. సో నేను పాకిస్తాన్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తా. ఆగండి గైస్, ఇప్పటి నుంచి 40కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తా. యా పవన్, నేను బాగున్నా, మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు గైస్? లైక్ కొట్టండి మర్చిపోకుండా. ప్లీజ్ డూ లైక్ అండ్ సబ్స్క్రైబ్ ది ఛానల్ గైస్. 3 days వాచ్ పార్టీ ఉంటుంది. హోప్ యూ ఎంజాయ్ ది వాచ్ పార్టీ. ఎస్ జానథన్ లేడా? జానథన్ లేడు. గాడ్లెక్ ఉంది. గాడ్లెక్ లెఫ్ట్ అయిపోయాడు కదా జానథన్. 44 ఎలా? అదే కదా నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు. 44 ఎలా చోక్ చేశారు అసలు? ఏమో వాళ్ళ స్లాట్ ఇప్పుడు లేట్ రాబీ అంట. చందన్న నువ్వు ఎప్పుడు ఇలా వెళ్ళి ఆడతా? నేను ఇప్పుడే వస్తాను. మీరు ఈ లోపు ఇది ఎంజాయ్ చేయండి. వాచ్ పార్టీ సాంగ్ పెట్టుకుంటా. 2 minutes లో వచ్చేస్తా. ఓకేనా? అరే ఇదేంద్రా, ఇది చికెన్ తిన్నా. అవును ఎన్నిసార్లతో మనం ఏమనకూడదు. మనం తెలుసు కదా. మనం ఏంటంటే ఇంకా మేబీ వాళ్ళకి ఫైనల్స్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ చాలా లేదు కదా పాపం. ఇంటర్నేషనల్ గా వాళ్ళు ప్రెజర్ లో కూడా ఉంటారు పాపం. కొంచెం వేరే పని మీద ఎలాగో నాకు వాచింగ్ చూసుకోవాలి కదా. నేను ఇంకా వేరే సర్వైవ్ అవ్వడానికి వేరే చూసుకోవాలి కదా.
It's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing, right? Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, preparing here on site, or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the plan?
Just we did boot camp at the Istanbul. We have gaming calls at the Istanbul. And before the tournament, we go to China, the Bgmi, Macau invitation tournament. And I don't know, I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're gonna get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me, my players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place, maybe we're gonna get the 6th place. They don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah. I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the event and we'll see you later.
See you.
Back to you guys.
Day number 1 in serious business here now for PMWC at EWC 26. And what better way to start it off than I have 2 legends here from India to talk about what's happened so far as well as what may be to come. So of course I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have Godlike and of course Orangutan going to be representing from India. So I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tianba got the momentum and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there. And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand finals also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already got in survival stage.
How about you, Aru? What did you make of the survival stage?
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good IG.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
I don't know, I just work.
All right, so kind of final thoughts, kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Nigma Galaxy won, congratulations, Nigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Nigma Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm. Yeah, see that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight into E-Arena, hoping Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end, and because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
Lace, and we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby, as 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not we came out of that survival. It's just not... I just love the fact, right, I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And it's just a crazy storyline from them from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the recall, which is usually Tinglong Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tinglong Garden. And Eagle instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Nigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. you can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura, and if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So
you know how you just had some notes and it was just just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ with that 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering, are we going to get group stage, Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage, Chamber? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage, Chamber, in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, Seven. Great
break. Second match
we saw on our screen. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris, I want to know how loud can you get? Let's get some noise going!
Tablet.
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris. Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Nick Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they can get louder. As Nick Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really, really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. That guy's dodged so many events. He gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. Actually, like where he set himself up, became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble.
Magician mania.
So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles.
In a
really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? They still squeeze some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that east side, Yas. Opening here for teams to move into. Gakka a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalbert. You got a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you're not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game. There is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that decision to just be like, let's have a straight up on the edge. I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims. I like the look at that position. Let's take it off. I'll be having a fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a survival. We had quite a few very similar to this. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stalbert with their instant drop from the plane.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed as well, so it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. Fourth Thrives though, loving life.
Sunday.
రేపు మన ఇండిపెండెన్స్ డేకి గిఫ్ట్ గా మనోళ్ళు రేపు బాగా ఆడాలరా. Get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does
OG
keep a
top
little bit of
16 and godlike top 5 and
there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what the last game?
Nigma Galaxy. Idal push chesarra. Ardar anukunta. Ba damage ra.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were
aade undi heal eskuntunnaru ra.
It was great. You know, nice head to head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast.
I go all on lera.
Nigma Galaxy proving that
Hi,
it was
Himansh
on the money
Chaudhary
today in that first game.
Raskiran hello.
Utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going though?
Hi Amul baby.
You start well on
Raskiran
Rondo.
hello.
How does it
Hima
look
hi
then
Hima.
moving in here to Aranga?
I go all
But
party
if you
feel
get
avutunnadu
big
manalli
placements, what are we
mattiskuntaru
looking
ra.
at from them? That would be
Naagari
nice.
play avutledu.
I suppose a litmus test of what the quality of
Ida
this
వాళ్ళకి
team's going to be
confidence
looking like
తక్కువ అంట.
throughout the next 2 days here.
ఎన్ఎస్జి వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు కదా నిగ్మా గెలాక్సీ వాళ్ళు ఇందాక డిన్నర్ కొట్టారు కదా వాళ్ళే వాడితే ఏమంటాడు అంటే రండి ఎవరు వస్తారు కోచింగ్ కి మేము చూసుకుంటాం అంటాడు
Tiamba did very different is they isolated the Vitality
ఓపెన్ చెప్పేసాడు ఇలా మొత్తం ఐ మీన్ ఛాలెంజ్ చేస్తాడు
kind of came from that north
కోచింగ్ కి
side
ఎవరు వస్తారు
and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a
ఓజీ మైండ్ గేమ్ గాడ్లిక్ గన్ పవర్ yes
I think most of the time most teams
ఓజీ ఆరు
don't
మాస్టర్
want to
మైండ్
place
గేమ్
yourself
బల్ల
between
తీసుకుంటారు
those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo.
వాళ్ళిద్దరు దగ్గర మిగతా ముగ్గురేనకి ముగ్గురు అనుకున్నారు
Clutch
అఖిల్
moments,
అప్పుడే క్లోజ్ అయినా
some super awesome
బాగున్నది
1v3s right at the end of the games. Like they have what it
ఇప్పుడు నేను
takes
దానికోసం
to be a
వెళ్ళలేను రా
champion,
అది రావట్లేదు
but not like that.
వీళ్ళేంటి ఈడ కూర్చున్నారు ఎస్పోర్ వాళ్ళు ఫిట్ ఉన్నట్టున్నారు.
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now. Would be both 4-5 and godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower. Even just individuals
office
as well.
friends.
Fanak hits some of that ball, fall back out immediately. Mate, you won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when he saw him this morning. They're ready to go.
లాంగ్ వీకెండ్ కాదు వీళ్ళు సాటర్డే హాలిడే తీసుకొని వెళ్ళారు.
Cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and
Esport
ready to
zone
go.
rotation కూడా
The
చేస్తాడు.
team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits.
అది కాదు నేను అంటుంది అది ఫిట్ ఉన్నాడు కదా అక్కడ ఆల్రెడీ పొజిషన్ 2 టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా.
To give that advice and those crucial
అరే వాళ్ళు ఎవర్రా
information where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy.
అది న్యూ తీసుకుని ఆప్షన్ ఇస్తే బాగుండు మనకి.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because
నేను మన చూసా మన గాడ్లెక్క లోడ్ కొడుతున్నాడు డప్పులు.
I think
అరేరా ఇక్కడ
it would be unwise.
ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు దిగుతారు వైటాలిటీ వాళ్ళు అరేరా దిగింది.
Fan of both these squads and maybe
వాళ్ళు
today
ముందు
looks a
కొంచెం ముందు
little bit
దిగుతారు
rough for them.
అనుకుంటా.
I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount
Kevin, thank you for the 350 jewels.
being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads.
అయితే వాళ్ళు మిరామర్ అనుకుంటా సారీ
They could probably get back
మిలిటరీ
into the
బేస్
thick of it
అనుకుంటా
by match 3.
మళ్ళీ మిరామర్ అంటున్నారు కదా.
Tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG
నాకా
already
పవన్
still showing off that they have the
అంటే నేను ఫుల్ టైం స్ట్రీమర్ ని కదా
ability to make it happen. They got
నాకు డిపెండెన్స్ అంతా నేను స్ట్రీమ్ మీదే. నాకు ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు వాచింగ్ వస్తలేదు రీచ్ వస్తలేదు మరి నేను సర్వే అవ్వడానికి వేరే వర్క్ చేసుకోవాలి కదా.
wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage,
నేను
you've had to consistently
ఒక 6 months బ్యాక్
on the go.
నా ఛానల్ విషయంలో ఒక మిస్టేక్ చేశాను. సో దానివల్ల నా ఛానల్ డిమానిటైజ్ అయిపోయింది. 2 months మళ్ళీ నేను మానిటైజేషన్ అప్లై చేసుకొని అది అండ్ అది వచ్చిన తర్వాత అరే అమ్మ 40 నిలబెట్టారు టాప్ ని.
But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area.
సో అందుకని డిమానిటైజ్ అయింది కదా. రెవెన్యూ కూడా ఉండదు నాకు.
What they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there.
టీమ్ మార్ కొట్ట మన నన్ను వెళ్ళి కొట్టరా.
And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that
ఇడాలి ఏడ నుంచి ఎడకొచ్చారా.
days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that though.
Yes, 40 Pakistan.
From Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by
మీరు ఇంకా పోలేదా అంట పాపం స్నాక్స్ ఈవెంట్ లో వాచ్ పార్టీ చేస్తున్నాడు ఆ గోల్ ఇంకా ఎలా ఉంటది కదా
try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just
బీజేఎం నేను చూస్తాను శ్యామ్
అయ్యో we know there's someone across
చూడకుండా ఎలా ఉంటాను చెప్పండి
lost a player. It's so early to
ఫోటోలు అవ్వాలి మనం అర్థం గట్టిగా కొట్టించుకుంటాం
has to say about that because for me that's just
మనం ఏది కోరుకుంటే దానికి ఎప్పుడు ఆపోజిట్ జరుగుతుందిరా
EWC PMWC
గెలిపించక్క ఇవే నా చేతిలో ఉందా బ్రో బట్ నేను కూడా కోరుకుంటున్నా బ్రో గెలవాలని మన ప్రైడ్ కదా ఇండియా మన టీమ్స్ బాగా ఆడి మన పరువు నిలబెడితే అంతే చాలు వాళ్ళు బెస్ట్ ఇస్తున్నారు ఆబ్వియస్లీ బట్ కానీ ట్రాఫీ మనకు వస్తే కిక్కే వేరు
Hell, I mean, even this circle right now,
30 days to go for Kujjaga na paya kosama. Nanjing Red Forts kada, South Korea team. NS, ade da. Are FL knock up ba? ELF versus FL.
You should just know.
Hora fan base మామూలుగా ఉండదు.
It paints a very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players.
Esports player అవ్వాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి? అలా ఒక టీమ్ ని సెలెక్ట్ అవ్వాలి. బ్రో నీకు ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ నీ దగ్గర మంచి గేమ్ ఉందంటే నువ్వు ట్రైఅవుట్స్ ఇవ్వచ్చు వేరే టీమ్ ఆడతారు కదా వాళ్ళకి ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వాళ్ళకి అలాగా లేదు నువ్వే టీమ్ ఫామ్ చేయాలంటే నీకు లాగా ప్యాషన్ ఉన్న నలుగురు దొరకాలి లేదు మన టైమే వేస్ట్ అయింది.
Because now this really could go back over towards Sosnovka. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest. But for Aurora, they're stuck, as are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge. Cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved.
Aurora వాళ్ళు దగ్గర డేంజర్ నిన్నకు డిన్నర్ మిస్ చేశారు అసలు నేను ఎంత నమ్మకం పెట్టుకునేది అయిపోయింది డిన్నర్ కొడతారని. వీళ్ళతో కూడా బెటరిటీ వాళ్ళతో కూడా 4v4 చాలా కష్టం. EA versus హోరా వీళ్ళు ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తే పైన గోల్ ఉండదు డబ్బులు. హాయ్ సంతోష్ పల్లె రాజు గారు గుర్తున్నారు.
We've got E Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker. Tiamba though taking the scrap towards OG.
A1 Express మూవీలో సందీప్ గేమ్ మధ్యలో నుంచి వెళ్ళి బ్యాగ్ వచ్చి వాళ్ళ ఫ్రెండ్ జెర్సీ వేసుకొని వెళ్ళినట్టు నువ్వు వెళ్ళి గోడలకి నువ్వు గెలిపించాలంట నరికేస్తారు నన్ను దిగగా నరికేస్తారు మళ్ళీ.
Right, you know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12K became the more popularized weapon.
Actually,
despite that though, A-King has been consistently winning these trades of it.
He's bringing it back in fashion.
Already ఉన్నారా మీరు పోకండ్రా.
Seems like the horror fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Haru. Oh, going back to see what he can do with a DBS. What's the prove? He's the DB best up close and personal on the stretch with the opener.
అరే యార్ కొంచెం మేర HP ని కొట్రా ఆడు వచ్చి యార్ మన బయటనే
ఉంటున్నాడు. Outside twist the knife. Another one falls. And orangutan, it all goes down to just Aru. Trapped behind the bike sheds and laid out by Arena.
ఏం చేయలేం guys.
Arena able to remove them.
అక్కడ అతనికి విజ్ కూడా ఆగింది బగ్గి దగ్గర అక్కడ లోపలికి వెళ్ళిపోయింటే లోపల డ్యామేజ్ అబ్బా పడుతుండే.
Tony K came in like a demon though from the sidelines. I think WizGod was not expecting him to be so up close and personal.
Hi Vamsi, thank you for information. But aviation ATM అని వెళ్తాం. ఇప్పుడు మనం చూస్తూ ఉండాలి త్రోడ్ గా చెక్ చేస్తూ ఉండాలి. ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ చాలా వాళ్ళు అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేస్తారు అందరినీ. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైతే ఆడుతుంటారో వాళ్ళని ట్యాగ్ చేస్తారు వాళ్ళకి ప్లేయర్ కావాలన్నప్పుడు. ఇప్పుడు అందరి సిచ్యువేషన్ ఒకలా ఉండదు కదా సంథింగ్ వాళ్ళకి ఏదైనా దేని వల్ల కెరియర్ పరంగా కానీ వాళ్ళు లెఫ్ట్ అవ్వచ్చు కదా.
Down towards the southern edge here, Vitality trying to confirm over towards that compound that sits towards the field. I don't think it's a bad idea.
Thank you,
it gives you a lot of control of the longwoods that sits around this area.
Termila Sharma, me girl,
Not sure what S2G is doing. I think we've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, వేరేలా అనుకోకండి మా చాట్లో చాలా మంది ఫేక్ అకౌంట్స్ ఉంటాయి అందుకు అట్లా.
dream scenario. Maybe it's a hovercraft, wrap back over to the mainland, grab their teammates, then get a goal.
Mania knock, Espo knock dishadu.
Taking on Tiamba, Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tiamba squad. It's a decent start, but Godlike have received one knock onto their roster. This is the establisher. You can see the fight here from the top down. QZZ with a nade into the ditch. Mania very low, but backpedals into safety with cover to play with.
First nade goes long here. Holding down the fortress. Keeping that drawbridge.
Espo heal
Takes a fair bit of damage. Refusing to move. Mania will reinforce the front gates.
Mania!
Actually goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round and suddenly the position has been compromised.
Slowly trying to take some space back.
Thank you, Samir.
Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora.
Waterlo. Hardship లేదు ఉండే ఎక్కువ. Thank you for the samosa Chaitanya garu. ఏ countries? Pakistan, India, Turkey, Indonesia, Nepal, South Korea, China. ఇంకేనా మిస్ మంగోలియా ఇంకేం టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి సింగపూర్ UAE ఉంది ఎడ్మిన్ నాకేసాడా చూడలేదు నేను పేరు కంట్రీ పేరు చెప్తున్నా
They have very limited space to work with. Alula trying to make the cross. We'll find a shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early. 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
Okay.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
23 points.
These guys have been playing the same game.
40, come on 40, waiting me comeback కోసం లాబీలో అంట ఏ డౌన్ ఫినిష్ అబ్బా S2G కొట్టినట్టుంది
Yeah, this is kind of unreal.
వాళ్ళే ఇంకెవరు కొడతారు
We're still here. I mean,
వాళ్ళు జోన్ ఎట్లా వస్తారా అసలు జోన్ ఏంట్రా వాటర్ లో
Alula also took another casualty from STG on the backside. They've pulled it quits and actually
మన టీమ్స్ orangutan OG and godlike
trio blank damage onto Yasser as well.
Oh, Nick McGuinness try and trade up. They're just in.
Don't mari hard ఇస్తున్నాడు
They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Nick McGalaxy.
వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ నాకడానికి వచ్చుంటారు మధ్యలో
damage.
జోన్ నుంచి వచ్చారు కష్టపడి నిక్ McGalaxy
and lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming.
Hi Neeraj.
3 eliminations potential there for them, but
40 dinner
about these sidelines to the side. Fury.
నేను ఉండగా జరగని పని guys. Flash stream ఏడో ఫినిష్ డౌన్ మళ్ళా Tiamba వచ్చింది నాకు
once again. 10k low on HP on the top floor upside in
3v3
looking for a
ఏమన్నా ఫలక్ టాప్ చేసాడ్రా
with the distance
ఆడి
claps back onto Eagle. A-King gets a little bit
need
as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with the fight. That's
అరే మాన్యా మీరు ఎందుకు వచ్చారా మధ్యలో
big papa pump in his hands. So many teams
kill so many.
Here, but really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one, just leaving A-King alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1. Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of 2 teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino still at high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon. Tiamba goes
Tiamba ఉన్నాడా మూలకి
smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it. The turnaround, Mormon.
Godlike.
So much. decision, but not fast enough.
Come on, Somay. Aina ayipindi finish kottesarra.
Save it. But at what cost? The only player left alive for the squad.
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down to one. What a play from Mormon. The speed, the velocity. Straight in there, no qualms. Now Vitality.
They're in
the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
The Vitality a victim from the top floor. Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry? A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance. Is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a nade pulled. He's going to go down. Razak going to dive around the corner. He wants to punish him with a shot. He will find it.
Really, really good job from Razak.
Nice try, guys.
You have to make that play in that moment as well.
Nice try.
You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for revive, get some respite in that location. So Razak goes for the risk to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through. The next
comedy and the compound
circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one. Beachhead as well. Ida as well as Ulf now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, he should be.
Wow, you run straight into that one. Catching Luke as Ida try and clap back. It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, charge him round with the denied out by Nonshin Red Force.
I need it. Manal disvettara adegana meerandaru chat lo
It's not looking too good right now.
Ariyamma eelichra fatality vallu ayya మంచిగా టీం అందరూ ఇట్లా కొట్టించుకుంటున్నారు మధ్యలో వచ్చి ఏం కాదు నాకు గాలి ఆడు ఫస్ట్ వచ్చి కొట్టేస్తాడేమో అనుకున్నా
That was a speedy road. I like that.
ఎన్ఎస్ఓలు నరుగుతారు వీళ్ళు నరుగుతారు.
Moving through Aura as well as fourth rise is going to be hard, and eventually get third pie by one of them. You hear the engagement.
ఎన్ఎస్ నలుగురు ఉన్నారా?
You send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot.
నీడ్ పడ్డది ఎవరిది? ఫలక్ కిల్ అబ్బా కిల్ కొట్టాడు.
Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions and shades of the Vitality.
మంచి పొజిషన్ ఉంది 40 వాళ్ళకి నిజంగానే.
By Prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the 1 elim they've been able to garner so far.
అరే మీరు ఇటు వచ్చారంటే బ్యాలరా
licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
నాకు మన ఇండియన్ టీమ్స్ తర్వాత కొంచెం ఇష్టమైన టీం ఇదే గైస్.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in game as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here.
పడట్లేదరా ఈ ముగ్గురు పడతారు రావు దగ్గర ఉన్నారు.
Substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch.
But కానీ గాడ్లిక్ ఎలిమినేట్ అయినా 4 టీమ్స్ పర్లేదు. ఎర్లీ ఎలిమినేట్ అయినా.
Ulf does go down.
మరి ఓజీ జీరో.
They've been hugging the wall so far. Not allowing a single moment for Nongshim Red Force.
BGMI కి PUBG కి చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంది సార్. స్మూత్నెస్ లో BGMI కూడా అలా వస్తే ఎంత బాగుంటుందో. అదే కదా మన వాళ్ళకి అందుకే ప్రాక్టీస్ ఉండదు చాలా వరకు. అంటే వాళ్ళ లాబీస్ వేరు అది వేరు కదా. ఈ మాత్రమే ఆడతారంటే మన స్క్రీన్స్ ఆడారు కదా. ఆర్కి ఆర్టీఆర్ హలో నాక్ రా.
Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
It's not so easy, very low.
They're not big.
As well, following up from that. Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall. Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later, but he has pulled these kind of antics before. Getting a little too aggressive without the help of the rest of the team. So
Tizzy tries his might. Rapid shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality.
Day 1 pakka choked. But day 2 pakka comeback
does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Blue is ushering Vitality forward, swinging in on the same angle as Flash. How will they make this work? In play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure. Loss isn't quite able to get it up, and the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it. I mean, that. Just letting it happen. Come on,
Got to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man, if you can get them into the zone, there could be a lot you could do with it late game. I'm surprised the Lula have been able to guard this for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over.
Money needed tournament జరుగుతాయి కదా అవి గెలిస్తే స్లాట్ ఇస్తారు.
S2G they brought repair kits as well with them.
అవును 40 మొత్తం జోన్ కాదులే సేమ్ కలర్ ఉండేసరికి నేను వీలే అనుకున్నా. జోన్ మంచి ఉంది 40 వాళ్ళకి. అరే ఫలక్ నోక్రా.
Down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks fairly decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far.
ఇద్దరు టీమేట్ దూరం ఉన్నారు.
This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage done onto Soul K, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
What was that?
Bit of a weird one.
It was a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up.
I mean, it is an important fight. It's just
interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime. Flash continues to push the advantage. But it is majority of fourth drives doing that damage.
Not going to finish it.
I think we're going to see after their strange approach.
Yeah, I go manchi position
going out slowly but surely. Just Ralph as well as
revive pad. Falak revive pad.
Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in stage 7. Fourth rights have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on to say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch.
Alexa, don't support India. You cause.
I love you in the building.
Hey, du kuda miss bale cheptunnaru. Ne support chesi odipotunda.
Moving in and cleaning out a
Hi Sunny. Godless aggressive lineup kabatti okkani I know.
Goodbye Enigma Galaxy. S2G stealing points here, there and everywhere.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on?
Final like
where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down. Not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup, pick it back up again. But Kamikaze, he's going to hold that spot. He planted the flag. The S2G flag. T24 goes down. Jiggle around the side.
Oh, Sleepy. Top side of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4 Fribes arrives. And the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist. But no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back, can't do it. Holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out 4 lives. And that's how he does it. No fear from Hora stands off.
బాగా కొట్టినాడు కదా ఆడు. నేను ఫస్ట్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు కొట్టేస్తాడు అనుకున్నా.
As he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and Fourth Rise will fall. Win up against the world right now. DPS.
ఇప్పుడు హోరా వాళ్ళ ఆపలు వాళ్ళు మామూలుగానే ఆడతారు.
In the meanwhile, no fear. There's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's Flash. Losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish. Oh, a horrible spot. Tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back pocket. If he chooses to dash it, they've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. But not that just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets.
వాడు వెంటనే వాళ్ళిద్దరు నాక్ అవగానే వాడు వచ్చాడు పుష్ కి ధైర్యంగా చాలా మంది అయితే ఫాల్ బ్యాక్ అవుతారు.
What's left out here? Quite an
SUG ఎలిమినేట్ అనుకుంటా. ఆ FL ఎలిమినేట్ అయ్యా.
But Kamikaze is out and we're down.
FL ఉన్నాడుగా. నేను FL చూస్తే FL ఎలిమినేట్ అంటాడు చూడండి నేను బుర్రే.
The outside contender.
SUG
ఒకళ్ళు looking at both angles.
FL ఒకళ్ళు. హోరా ఒకళ్ళు.
The battle of the solos.
Super 1-1-1-1-1.
Second game chicken dinner.
ఒకళ్ళు ఎవరు కొడతారు గైస్ డిన్నర్?
No fear already picking
అందరు
up
సింగిల్
that big
ప్లేయర్స్
flash.
ఉన్నారు.
He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Soul K can be stationed, tucked in behind this hovercraft.
I don't think he knows.
నేను FL అను S2G కొట్టుకుంటారేమో హోరా డిన్నర్ కొడతారేమో అనుకుంటున్నా గైస్.
I think No Fear has a rough idea that he's playing on this hovercraft though. He has the information.
చాలా బాగా ఆడతాడు No Fear అవును.
This would be an unbelievable double punch up versus Fourth Rise into the last two teams. Zeus is just pushing forward.
Ari చూసారా?
Over towards No Fear.
మన ఏమంటే రివర్స్ అవుతుంది గైస్.
Flash who had swept everyone aside. Soul K the last to fall potentially here versus Team Flash.
Zeus. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first, or will Soul K get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Sweet is so low, buckles under the pressure. That's the damage coming through as they lock it in.
S2G Kamikaze with the Kamikaze place.
ఒకసారి గాడ్ లెగ్ నేను ఇంకా అదే ఫిక్స్ అయ్యాలి అనుకుంటున్నాను. అది గాడ్ లెగ్ సపోర్ట్ చేయకూడదు. నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ నుంచి గాడ్ లెగ్ చేస్తా.
Feeding the crowd energy. A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one. S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up.
And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay.
Guys, please do like this stream. Next match మీరందరూ లైక్ కొడితే నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ గాడ్ లెగ్ డిన్నర్ కొడతది. మీద లైక్స్ కొట్టి చాట్ లో స్పామ్ చేయాలి ఎల్లో హార్ట్స్.
Is this the S2G comeback that we were looking for?
అక్క నువ్వు నీ పవర్ ఇవ్వు గాడ్ లెగ్ అండ్ ఓజీకి 4x స్ప్రే పడాలి. బ్రో నేను కొట్టేదా వాళ్ళు కొట్టేదాన్ని 1% కూడా కొట్టుకుంటున్నాను నేను.
I think the thing for me is just man.
డిన్నర్ కొట్టాలి గైస్ మనోళ్ళు. నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ కంబ్యాక్ ఇవ్వాలి.
I mean this shot from Zeus.
Oh, the quick
నీ చాట్ చదవలేదా నేను?
His eyes must be going two different directions.
గాడ్ లెగ్ అగ్రెసివ్ లైనప్ కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు బ్యాక్ క్లియర్ చేస్తూ అగ్రెసివ్ ఆడితేనే సెట్ అవుతది.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean so good from this team.
వాళ్ళు ప్యాసివ్ గేమ్ ఆడు అండ్ జోన్ సెంటర్ హోల్డ్ చేసుకోలేరు.
I think Horror honestly for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus Fourth Rise, but you got to be happy with the way that No Fear clutched up there. That is an incredible finish of those guys. Yes, Horror had a good spot on the sideline, but it's so constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again. I don't think that was an easy game whatsoever.
And you can feel it looks a little bit different with this lobby compared to what we had
Godlike
in isolation in groups, right?
Godlike మన ఇండియన్ రిప్రజెంట్ చేసి ఆడుతుంది Godlike అనే టీమ్.
Lot more early contact. And it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. It feels like we're all on an equal footing here. And they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our
అందరూ మంచి ప్లేయర్స్ గైస్ మనం అసలు గెస్ చేయలేము ఎవరు ఆడతారు ఎవరు కొడతారు మళ్ళీ అనుకున్నట్టు గాడ్లైక్ అంత అగ్రెసివ్ కూడా ఆడలేదు ఎందుకంటే మామూలు కాదు కదా అక్కడ ఆడేది
What was your anticipation as a team? Did you
think ఆ కంట్రీస్ లో వాళ్ళు బెస్ట్ టీం కాబట్టి అక్కడ వచ్చుంటారు
Talk to me about the late game and what you guys were experiencing.
మరి మనం అంత ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయకూడదు అగ్రెసివ్ ఆడమని
But we just played it slow.
మన వాళ్ళు orangutan and godlike hi there.
I mean, it looks good at the end, right?
అదే కదా స్కోర్ కూడా కమ్మగా ఇవ్వరు ఏంగా ఒక్క మ్యాచ్ లో
like this. That second game a bit harder, I think.
Yeah, second game was a bit harder. I mean, we have a team hot dropping us, but they're scared to fight. I don't know, they're camping. So we'll see next game what they do.
I was going to say, were you surprised by that? Because it was in the back. We were a little surprised that they were going to come your way, as we've talked about multiple times.
Hydras,
it's your territory. So what are they
good
doing?
match coming for Godlike. I wish to guys. నేను కూడా Godlike కి మంచి మ్యాచ్ పడాలనుకుంటున్నాను.
So I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. Ida, he's got his eyes on you.
Service now, boy, girl. మీరు గేమ్ ఆడతారా బీజీఎంఐ
I've had 4 coffees and I'm testing my reaction time right now.
క్యాష్ ప్రైజ్ ఇస్తారా నా బ్రో అది టోర్నమెంట్ 26 crores బ్రో
This is my reaction time.
థర్డ్ మ్యాచ్ లో మనం వాళ్ళు గట్టిగా కంబ్యాక్ ఇవ్వాలి కదా అవును రమేష్ గారు నేను అదే కోరుకుంటున్నాను నేను అలా చూడలేకపోతున్నాను మనం అది నేను అనుకుంటా మన ఏంటా థ్యాంక్ యూ జేడి థ్యాంక్ యూ విత్ 1000 jewels lots of love అదే కదా చిన్ను వాళ్ళకి నేను ఏం చెప్పండి వాళ్ళు చెత్త టీము వేస్ట్ టీము ఏం ఆడటం రాదని అంటున్నారు అలాంటి వాళ్ళకి నేను ఏం ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాలి ఎలా చెప్తాం వాళ్ళకి అర్థమయ్యేలాగా ఏం చేయలేము ఇంకా ఏంటిది అర్థం కాలేదు మనం గేమ్ ఆడతాం కదా గేమ్ అలాగే వాళ్ళు కూడా టీం నలుగురు కలిసి గేమ్ ఆడతారు కాకపోతే మనం సరదాగా ఆడతాం వాళ్ళేమో కాంపిటేటివ్ పరంగా టోర్నమెంట్స్ లాంటివి ఆడతారు ఇంతకన్నా నేను నీకు ఎలా చెప్పాలి నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు నేనా అంత లేదు చేయరు నాకు ఇంకా 16 మ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయా అయినా మన టీం ఏంటో మనకి గైస్ మీరు చూసుంటే నాకు ఫస్ట్ డే అంతగేం అనిపించలేదు మన వాళ్ళు ఆడిన అంటే ఓజీ కానీ గాడ్లైక్ ఫస్ట్ డే అంతగేం అనిపించలేదు సెకండ్ డే అందరు బాగా ఆడారు లాస్ట్ మొన్న గ్రూప్ ఏ గ్రూప్ బిలో సెమీఫైనల్స్లో ఏమో నాకు ఈసారి స్మాష్ రూల్ వస్తామేమో అనిపిస్తుంది అరే హాయ్ జేడి బాగానే ఉంది నాకు మ్యాచ్ స్టార్ట్ అయ్యే ముందు ఒకసారి గాడ్లైక్ విన్ అవ్వదు అనొచ్చు కదా సరే మీకోసం నేను ఇప్పుడు గాడ్లైక్కి సపోర్ట్ చేయను మీరు చెప్పండి ఎవరికి సపోర్ట్ చేయమంటారో వాళ్ళకి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తాను కానీ గైస్ నేను మీతో అనగలే కానీ నా మనసులో అయితే ఉంటుంది కదా మా టీం మా ఇండియా టీం బాగా ఆడాలి వాళ్ళకి నేను సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి అని అలా బయటికి చెప్పగలను అంతే నేను హనీష్ హలో విన్ అయితే ఎంత కనీసం ఒక 100 crores కనీసమా మీ దగ్గర ఎన్ని కోట్లు ఉన్నాయండి ఇప్పుడు మీరు ప్లే చేయాలంటే ఏం క్వాలిఫై అవ్వాలి అంట అది ఒక్క రోజుతో అయ్యేది కాదు ఇర్ఫాన్ ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైతే గాడ్లైక్ ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు చాలా సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఆడుతున్నారు అట్లా ఫస్ట్ వాళ్ళు మన ఇండియాలో ఉన్న టీమ్స్ తో కంపీట్ చేసి అక్కడి నుంచి గెలిచిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు ఇంటర్నేషనల్ కి వెళ్తారు ఇది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లో జరుగుతుంది 27 crores కాదు కనీసం 100 crores అంటాం మీ దగ్గర ఎన్ని కోట్లు ఉన్నాయి మాకు 2 కోట్లు ఇవ్వండి కనీసం అంటున్నారు పాకిస్తాన్ సపోర్ట్ చేయాలా?
Yeah, check out that steal. Still a brain rot? I mean,
26 కదా, 27
I think I got to
ఇప్పుడు మీరు
level
OG
7. I seen people being able to get
వాళ్ళకి
to level 11.
నడుస్తున్నారు నెక్స్ట్
I
ఇయర్.
gotta grind some more.
అలెక్సా అంటా అసలు కల్లో కూడా జరగదు. నా ప్రిడిక్షన్ టుడే OG గాడ్లైక్ డిన్నర్ కష్టం. దే విల్ కమ్ బ్యాక్ లేటర్. లేటర్ మీన్స్
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there, TN, was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Al-Ula in a very nice
నీ గేమ్ లో
way.
నీకు ఉన్నంత పేషెన్స్
I like
ఫ్లాష్
to
కి
see that
లేదు.
they kept one player there, right?
మీరందరూ
Right
నన్ను
by the water,
పొగుడుతున్నారా
behind the
తిడుతున్నారు గైస్?
hovercraft,
సార్కాస్టిక్
just
గా
in case.
అంటున్నారా?
And he
అప్పుడు
was
నేను
able
సూపర్
to
ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్
clutch it up
చేస్తాను.
at the end and get that chicken
నువ్వు
dinner.
యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ పెడుతున్నా నాకు నోటిఫికేషన్ రాలేదు ఎందుకు? అదే కదా నా ఛానల్లో కొంచెం డిమానిటైజ్ అయింది గైస్. నా ఛానల్కి నేను లైవ్ చేయట్లేదు ఈ మధ్య. ఇది ఫైట్ సూపర్ ఉండే కదా అసలు. బాగుంటారు. టాప్ 10 కాన్కరర్ ప్లేయర్స్ వర్సెస్ ఈస్పోర్ట్స్ ప్లేయర్ ఎవరు స్ట్రాంగ్ అండి? ఈస్పోర్ట్స్ ప్లేయర్
splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating, it feels like. So the last two games I've not been super impressed with them.
మనకి చూస్తుంటే మనకి ఏమనిపించారు, ఈ గేమ్ మనం కూడా ఆడం కదా, ఆడొచ్చు కదా, మనం ఆడుతున్నాం కదా రోజు అన్నట్టు అనిపించింది. కానీ కాదు, మనం ఆడే ఆట వేరు, వాళ్ళు ఆడే ఆట వేరు ఉంటది కదా.
Continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that?
నేను ఆడితే ఇంకా ఎవరు PUBG ఆడు. అది కాదు, మీరు కనీసం 100 కోట్లనే ఇస్తారా అంటున్నారు కదా. మీ దగ్గర ఎన్ని కోట్లు ఉన్నాయి చెప్పండి? 28.87 crores. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు టోర్నమెంట్ లో ఉంటే ఎంత బాగుంటది. నేను ఎప్పటి నుంచో అదే కోరుకుంటున్నాను. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళ నుంచి ఒక టీమ్, ఐ మీన్ PUBG లెవెల్ ఫ్యూచర్ లో అయినా బీజంఐ వరకు అయినా సరే, బీజంఐ లో మన గ్రాండ్ ఫైనల్స్ ఆడి కప్పు కొట్టాలి తెలుగు వాళ్ళని నేను ఎప్పటి నుంచో కోరుకుంటున్నాం. హాయ్ మనోజ్ గారు. అసలు పబ్జికి వరల్డ్ కప్ అని ఫస్ట్ టైం వింటున్నా. అవునా? మన బీజంఐ రాకముందు నుంచి కూడా ఉంది కదా మీకు. జానథన్ వీళ్ళందరూ తెలుసా? వీళ్ళందరూ అది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఆడిన వాళ్ళే కదా. స్కౌట్, హై సై కింగ్స్. PUBG కాదు బ్రో అది గేమ్. నేను వదిలేసే మనకి ఈజీగా అనిపించింది చాలా. చూస్తే ఆట మనం కూడా ఆడతాం కదా అనిపిస్తుంది, కానీ కాదు. మీ గేమ్స్ ఇంప్రూవ్ కంప్లీట్ చేయాలి. అది నా ఒక్కదంతా అవ్వదు కదా, అది టీమ్ గేమ్ కదా. నేను ఎంత ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసి ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకున్న టీం అందరూ ఆడాలి కదా, అది చాలా పెద్ద విషయం. మా ఇండియా టీమా OG అండ్ గాడ్లైక్. హై సింహాద్రి నాయుడు గారు. ఈ రోజు ఎండింగ్ లాగా టాప్ 5 ఉంటే చాలు కదా, నేను అదే అనుకుంటున్నాను. టాప్ 5 ఉంటే బాగుండాలి. చాలా ఎర్లీ ఎలిమినేట్ అయిపోతున్నారు అబ్బా, అసలు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయట్లేదు.
How they're going to play this. This is like my drive. First of all, yeah. Secondly,
మన తెలంగాణ నుంచి ఇండియా టోర్నమెంట్ ఎవరు ఆడరు. ఆడతారు కానీ ఫైనల్స్ దాకా వెళ్ళాలి కదా. ఆడతారు, కొన్ని వేల టీమ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, ఒక 1000 టీమ్స్ అట్లా అనుకోండి. అందులో ఉంటే మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళు కూడా చాలా మంది వెళ్ళారు కదా లాస్ట్ టైం, కానీ ఫైనల్స్ దాకా వెళ్ళాలి కదా. మా ఫ్రెండ్ కి 16 KD యావరేజ్ ఉంది. ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ కి ఛాన్స్ ఉండేది. అయ్యో బ్రో, KD కాదు బ్రో, KD ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ కి సంబంధం ఎట్లా బ్రో? KD ఉంటే ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ లో ఇంకా దాంట్లో చాలా ఉంటే మనకి, ఐ మీన్ మన ఒక గెలుపు కోసం చూస్తాం. మనకి అది సంవత్సరాలు పట్టొచ్చు మనం గెలవడానికి. చాలా పేషెన్స్ ఉండాలి మనకి, కిల్స్ కొట్టడంతో పాటు గేమ్ సెన్స్ ఉండాలి, టీమ్ కోఆర్డినేషన్ ఉండాలి, అవన్నీ అవ్వాలి కదా. అవును, స్ట్రైక్ పడింది సుమన్. హై రవి వర్మ. నాకు స్ట్రైక్ వేసింది కూడా పాకిస్తాన్ ఒకటే.
You know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. You know,
దీనికి స్ట్రైక్ పడదు. దీనికి వాళ్ళు నాకు వాళ్ళే పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తారు నేను స్ట్రీమ్ చేయడానికి.
If it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw
KD conqueror push ఇవన్నీ కాదు ఎందుకు ఇప్పుడు అగోతిని శర్మల చెప్తుంది కూడా అండి. lolzzz ది 20 KD ఉంటుంది కదా రౌండ్ 3 లో రౌండ్ 4 అనుకుంటా కదా రౌండ్ 4 లాస్ట్ టైం అక్కడ ఎలిమినేట్ అయ్యాడు. lolzzz ఎంత బాగా ఆడతాడు అదే ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి. KD మార్క్స్ పేపర్ మీద మార్క్స్ లాంటిది ఫీల్డ్ లో కావాల్సింది స్పీడ్. నార్మల్ గా మీరు ఎవరైనా చేస్తే స్ట్రైక్ వేస్తారు పబ్జీ వాళ్ళు. మనకి వాళ్ళ దగ్గర నుంచి మెయిల్ అన్న రావాలి లేక మనం వాళ్ళకి పర్మిషన్ అన్న తీసుకోవాలి అప్పుడు స్ట్రైక్ వేయాలి. మన ఇండియా ఎన్నో పొజిషన్ లో ఉన్నారు. 2 టీమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకళ్ళు టాప్ 8 అనుకుంటా చూడలేదు లాస్ట్ పాయింట్స్ టేబుల్.
their third game. So don't count
పాపం lolzzz ఆ మ్యాచెస్ మస్తు నవ్వుకున్నా. అంతే కదా మనం ఆడే డైలీ ఆడే క్లాసిక్ వేరు ఆ లాబీ వేరు గైస్. మనకి ఎట్లుండదో తెలుసా మనకి ఒకడొచ్చి ఒక్కడే వస్తాడు కొట్టే నలుగురిని కొట్టేసి వెళ్ళిపోతాడు మన టీం ని అట్లుంటది అసలు. 8 godlike 13 OG. మీరేంటన్నా ఇర్ఫాన్ హాయ్ అక్క మీకు టీం ఉంది కదా నాకేం టీం లేదు. మేము జస్ట్ క్లాసిక్ ఆడుకుంటాం. నాతో పాటు ఆడే వాళ్ళందరూ జాబ్ హోల్డర్స్. వాళ్ళు జాబ్ చేసుకుంటూ కాలక్షేపానికి నాతో ఆడతారు అంతే. 100 మ్యాచెస్ వరకు 6 KDకి ఆడుతున్నారండి. ఇండియా టీం వాళ్ళు ఆడుతున్నారు. మరి అపెక్స్ ఈ టీమ్ అంట గైస్. ఇది ఇంటర్నేషనల్. అపెక్స్ అనేది మన ఇండియన్ టీం కదా. మన ఇండియన్ టీం వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరు ఆడుతున్నారు ఇందులో. మీరు నేను అనుకున్నంత ఈజీ కాదండి టోర్నమెంట్ ఆడుతుంది. ఇందాక నేను లేచి ఆ రూమ్ లోకి వెళ్ళి తింటాను అప్పుడు పెట్టిన నెక్స్ట్ అరాంగిల్ నెక్స్ట్ 2 అరాంగిల్ ఉంటే తర్వాత 2 మిరామర్ ఉంటుంది. రోజుకి 6 మ్యాచెస్ ఉంటాయి. ఇవాళ 6 రేపు 6 ఎల్లుండి 6 ఉంటాయి. బట్ కానీ సెకండ్ డే తర్వాత థర్డ్ డే కి స్మాష్ రూల్ ఉంటుంది. స్మాష్ రూల్ ఏంటంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ టాప్ లో ఉంటారు కదా అంటే నాకు తెలిసి చెప్తున్నా రాంగ్ అయితే కరెక్ట్ చేయండి. స్మాష్ రూల్ ఇప్పుడు నేను టాప్ లో ఉన్నాను ఒక టీం ఉంది అనుకో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 4 వాళ్ళు టాప్ లో ఉన్నారు అనుకో వాళ్ళకి 150 పాయింట్స్ వచ్చాయనుకో వాళ్ళకి ఒక 10 పాయింట్స్ వీళ్ళు యాడ్ చేస్తారు పబ్జీ వాళ్ళు అది కండక్ట్ చేసే వాళ్ళు. 10 పాయింట్స్ అంటే 160 పాయింట్స్. నెక్స్ట్ డే ఏ టీం అయితే 160 క్రాస్ చేసి డిన్నర్ కొడతారో వాళ్ళకి ఫస్ట్ ఇచ్చేస్తారు. నేను రాంగ్ అయితే కరెక్ట్ చేయండి నాకు తెలిసి నేను అదే అనుకుంటున్నాను. హాయ్ మోనీష్. థర్డ్ డే అలా ఉంటుంది. మేబీ నేనైతే ఏదైనా స్మాష్ రూల్ తో గెలుస్తుందేమో టీం అనుకుంటున్నాను. అదే రైట్. హాయ్ రౌడీ రవి. గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ అక్క గారు నమస్కారం. హాయ్ ఆది. అరే అభి మ్యాచ్ గురించి మాట్లాడరా. ఏమైంది జెడి. హలో నరేష్ వెల్కమ్. నో నాకు తెలిసి అదే స్మాష్ రూల్ మరి. నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ ఎవరు గెలుస్తారా అలా ఎలా గెస్ చేస్తారా మీరు గెస్ చేయండి చూద్దాం మీరు చెప్పింది కరెక్ట్ అయిపోయాము.
There's a lot to break down over the last match, and even just the 2 games we've had so far. There's been a lot going on. 4 tries on the first game.
ఈ గేమ్ మన టీం బాగా పర్ఫామ్ చేయాలి.
The second one looking a lot better.
మంచిగా ఆడాలి కోరుకుందాం. నేను సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి ఇండియాలో సపోర్ట్ చేయండి గైస్. అరే ఇంట్లో కూర్చొని ఎంత చక్కగా టీవీ ముందు కూర్చొని ఎంత మంచిగా ఎంకరేజ్ చేసి మన వాళ్ళని మంచిగా ఆడి గెలిపించినాను రా. లైవ్ పెట్టేసరికి ఇట్లా అవుతుంది. ఏదో ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేసి లైవ్ పెట్టా నేను ఫుల్ అరవాలి నేను మా వాళ్ళు అంత బాగా ఆడతారని ఏమైనా 2 మ్యాచెస్ కదా అరోరా చికెనా సూపర్ అరోరా ఫ్యాన్స్ చాలా మంది ఉన్నారుగా లేదండి ప్రస్తుతానికి అయితే నేను ఫుల్ టైం స్ట్రీమర్ బట్ కానీ ఇక్కడ నుంచి నేను ఏదైనా జాబ్ చేద్దాం అనుకున్నా ఈ ఒక్క స్ట్రీమ్ మీద అవ్వట్లేదు అంత లేదు లేష్ గారు హై రౌడీ రవి నెక్స్ట్ సీజన్ అంట బిఎంపీసీకి ఎలక్షన్ టీమ్ అంట చాలా టైం పట్టింది ఓజీకి మ్యాచ్లు కాదు కప్ ఇండియా అంట నెల్లిని వడగ్గా ఇచ్చేస్తారు Lots of love from Kalan Verma. Thank you, Akhil. I think God like super confirm ga 16 teams. Evaro okku gelustaru maaku kuda telusu. Naaku kuda team God like OG team India. Hey, nijaga admino is for enta split digaru chudandi okasari enta split digaru
we've had some wacky zones this land
apart వెళ్తారు కదా వీళ్ళు నార్మల్ గా కోచింగ్ కి అంటే షూటింగ్ జరుగుతున్నాయి అవైట్ చేసినా పర్లేదు
when teams can actually play out their games. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida.
OG got a drop clash OG Razak kada digedi
I'll explain once it's done. I mean,
these are fight in the
interview, but
Ari yaar ending
crazy on it. Thoreau with the M249. That's some good shots done. Actually, Enigma Galaxy doing quite well here. Already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse.
Double barrel reload ittara.
Lord hit some shots with
Ari yaar quotation.
It's back and forth here. Swain last left to face.
Ida eliminate. Nice try babe. Baga dener.
It is absolutely insane.
మీరు కూడా ఇంటర్నేషనల్ గేమ్ ఆడి చూడాలండి మీరు ఒక పని చేయండి ఈరోజు సాయంత్రం పడుకునేటప్పుడు అలెక్సీ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఆడాలి అలెక్సీ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఆడాలని చెప్పి అనుకోండి కల్లో వచ్చింది అది కల్లో తప్ప వీడియో చూడలేరు మీరు వాడుకడు ఐదు కోచింగ్ టీం వాళ్ళందరూ ఇచ్చేస్తారు అక్క అంట హలో వాడు చెప్పాడు నిగ్మా గ్యాలక్సీలో ఐజేల్ ఉంటాడు కదా అయ్యమ్మా ఫలక్కో ఇల్లు ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు ఇక్కడికి పోటీ చూడలేదు నేను అసలు మీకు ఎవరైనా సరే ఓపెన్ ఛాలెంజ్ కోచింగ్ కి రండి చూసుకుందాం అని అంటాడు Bigma Galaxy IGL. We don't have international experience still or our teams. నేను నిజంగా అదే హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను అబ్బా మనోళ్ళు ఎన్ని 5-6 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం వెళ్ళారు అది కూడా వేరే వాళ్ళు వీళ్ళకి అసలు ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ లేదు అది గాడ్ లైక్ ఓజే అంతకు ముందు ఫైనల్స్ కాదు అట్లా ఆడారు వీళ్ళ సైడ్ ఆడారు పాపం అయినా అంత బాగా ఆడుతున్నారు ఉంటుంది కదా ఆ ప్రెషర్ పాపం నాకు నార్మల్ గా ఎవరైనా ఒక టీమ్ ని కొట్టానంటే నాకు తర్వాత చేతి లోనిపోతే ఫోన్ పట్టుకుంటే అది ఎంత ఇంత పెద్ద ఇంటర్నేషనల్ అన్ని టీమ్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా అన్ని కంట్రీస్ నుంచి వాళ్ళు ఆడాలంటే కొంచెం ఉంటుంది ప్రెషర్
Circle did move up towards the northeast side.
Quad left 12 వెళ్ళింది guys 1 2 3 ప్లేస్ ఫస్ట్ ఎలిమినేట్ అయిపోతే మన టీమ్స్ వస్తుంది బాబు ఇట్లా స్టిక్కర్ పడి పెట్టుకుంటావా ఏంటి హలో అలెక్స్ వాచ్ పార్టీ ఈవెంట్ లో చేయాలి నెక్స్ట్ అబ్బా మాన్సర్ మామా ఇది ఎంత బాగుంది మాన్సర్ మామా అసలు
gigantic prize
అది అవదమ్మా అంట
you fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for 4 fries, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this play? T24 spotted on the drop.
I can finish.
Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
40 up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath.
Slightly
slow on the timing there, and T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of Fourth Rise will come into hole. Finds the first.
Finish కోసం పోయాడు. ఆయన HP లేదు ఒక్కసారి. కొట్టి గట్టిగా ఆడదామే. స్మార్ట్ ఇవే గైస్. మా వాళ్ళ డిన్నర్ ఈ మ్యాచ్. అసలు మనది బీజమై అది పబ్జి చాలా డిఫరెంట్ ఉంటుంది, కష్టం కూడా. మన క్యారెక్టర్ మూమెంట్ కూడా మీరు చూస్తే పబ్జీలో మనం అప్పుడప్పుడు ఆడుతుంటాం కదా, నాకైతే అది చాలా స్మూత్ గా, సెన్సీ కూడా డిఫరెంట్ గా, అన్ని డిఫరెంట్ గా అనిపిస్తాయి. పాపం మన వాళ్ళు బీజమై ఆడుతాడు, సడన్ గా తీసుకెళ్ళి అక్కడ కూర్చోబెట్టి ఆడమంటే.
Whereas the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go. This is the full.
Yes, I know snacks. 40 money me guys.
Oh mate, it's carnage from the start.
Dinner all.
Obviously we had Coops go down early. Like you say, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event. Live in the flesh. Said it with his chest.
ఏదో అంతర షాట్ కోటి తెలుసు అంటే మనం ఎవరు సపోర్ట్ చేసా చచ్చిపోతారు కదా చిన్న, అందుకని కోటికి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తున్నా. హోరా నాక్ అయ్యా, అరోరా ఫైట్ హోరాతో. అది పెట్టే ఉన్నారు అబ్బాయి మీదకి ఎక్కుతారు అందరు ఇప్పుడు. అరే ఎస్పోర్ ఫినిష్ ఏమైతుందిరా.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora as Top will find him on the move. Four Fives did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality.
ఈ లేడీ గేట్ స్ప్లిట్ ఆడుతున్నారు. డ్రాప్ సెట్ కాలేదు అనుకుంటా.
The loot truck fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side, split between the lake. Yes, now on the south side of the school, as well as Saverni shading range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding
backup unda unnarantmala.
He can't come through here for repairs.
Are knock cheyara etlana.
Got more bullets though. Yeah, only 18 left. One in the clip, 17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this pusher. Top gonna drop down back behind the car.
Come match manchi paddas. Manchiga. Almost
reserve taps now. Got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but not quite finding the shots over towards the players.
Tiamba వాళ్ళు వచ్చారు పైన.
Next circle, 10 seconds roughly.
అరోరా వెళ్ళిపోవడమే బెస్ట్ బ్యాక్ కి. యూనివర్సల్ MVP టాప్ డాగ్. చూస్తారు అరోరా ఈసారి ఛాంపియన్స్ అనిపిస్తుంది. అరోరానా నాకు తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరో అన్నారప్ప నేను మా ఫ్రెండ్స్ లో అరోరా ఛాంపియన్స్ అని.
Very very kind up towards that north side. Obviously
ఏమో నేను పోరా అనుకుంటున్నా. మనకు అంటే మన టీం కాకపోతే మన ఇండియా వాళ్ళు కొట్టాలని ఉంది, మన వాళ్ళు కొట్టకపోతే హోరా అవుతుంది ఏమో అనుకుంటున్నా.
There is also, never mind, it's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnayatsu. So not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now. Do you wrap on the north? Do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on. Because
we won't predict so soon because lot matches is left.
Mormon from E-Arena once again being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. Single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation. Getting themselves
Mongolia
into a fair place so far. Mormon keeping it going.
Mongolia anukunta Aurora.
Vitality as well. Crazy hitting. Onto Godlike. A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked. Ulf coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the nade. WizGod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf, Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down very, very quickly there. Looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up in Yazway. Alula instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny.
OG match chicken dinner juicy ante antara.
Taking quite a fair hit earlier on.
Ala enduku ankoli psychic
some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets.
enduku aadaleru మనమే తక్కువ చేసుకోకూడదు మనల్ని ఈ లాబీతోనే కదా ఆడి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు సగం లాబీతో ఆడారు కదా ఏం కాదు ఆడతారు కొంచెం టైం పట్టింది అంతే సెటిల్ అవ్వడానికి మన టీం ని మనం నమ్మకపోతే ఎట్లా
already showing that consistent form, putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Sorry.
Milo keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie.
Oh no. Sir, trying
to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out in a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26.
Okay.
They were able to earn 3 after that last game. In the first, I think they got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So those 2 compounds there are going to be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one, the plateau that surrounds them. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams as they push on in. Sadly, Alula's much more high ground spot gets pulled off. So you're going to have to move over towards that western side. Yasa pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
4 Thrives still looking pretty nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that can be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula. Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
3 matches in 3 matches.
Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't want to have any part of it.
Let's go. Hi, sir.
Tough circle though, man. Very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flash down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
Great team, చాలా tough team. అవును 4v4 చాలా కష్టం వాళ్ళతో దిగడం.
Going wrong for either of these 2 teams in 4 Thrives and Alula. So not wanting to risk it.
ఒక్క నిమిషం ఒక చిన్న మెయిల్.
Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nonshin Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the 2. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do head over there in fact, but it's like a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very open area, a little bit unfun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover. little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
ఈ మ్యాచ్ తర్వాత నేను వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ మ్యాచ్ స్టార్ట్ అయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ వస్తా కొంచెం పని ఉంది గాడ్లకి ఎంటర్ అయింది దారుణంగా ఆడుతుంది మన స్ట్రీమ్ పెట్టామని
possibly being collapsed upon as well by Four Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from Four Thrives. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these three players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sets them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora if they can keep it up. Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this one. Four of our squads out of the third game so far.
Which-handed mobile is best?
Nongshim.
EWC.
Actually trying to push on him. There's got a few teams there.
Tiamba.
Nongshim's just gonna
dinner.
Barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Hyunbin as always. Looking very, very strong. Hit the deck. Good dodge on that. Second nade's a bit stronger though.
I think he revived now.
The rest of Nongshim lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a
మనల్ని ఒకళ్ళని ఆల్ డౌన్ చేసినట్టున్నారు కదా
still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for nice
come on
man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the wizard tower and it keeps him pinned in position so he can't provide
ఖచ్చితంగా స్ట్రీమ్ గాడ్ లైక్ డే టు బాగా ఆడతారు ఒకన్న చిన్నగా
I mean no position to help the rest of his team.
అరే అప్పుడు కిల్ మెసేజ్ కనిపించట్లేదు కదరా ఏడ పెడతారు కెమెరా
just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal, investigate. Potentially some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. And Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the four squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
Oh. Calling it from zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really, really good spot now. This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them.
అరే మా వాళ్ళ మీద ఎన్ని నీళ్ళు వేస్తారా మీరు దాన్ని చేసిన లేచినట్టు అన్నారు ఒకటి మొత్తం నీళ్ళు లేస్తుంది ఒకటి మొత్తం నీళ్ళు లేస్తుంది పోతుంది ఓ గాడ్ లైక్ అలా కింద కలుతుంది ఓజీ దగ్గరికి అసలు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయలేదు నేను 14 ఆన్ చేశారయ్యా
Four Thrives going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke. Over towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and Four Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Ooh. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. Four Thrives are out. But yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well. One
after another. Map పక్కన పెట్టు క్యాంప్ పైన ఓకే డన్
Good. Oh, I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, I'm sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe.
Green screen
Good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury, you need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards Four Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
ఎవరు కొడతా టియంబా కొడతదన్నారు మీరు డిన్నర్
Had to restock and get themselves ready for
what's yet to come. Aurora ముగ్గురు ఉన్నారు కదా
They've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of Arab squads
throughout
the past couple minutes, keeping
Hydras
pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side. Going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out.
Wow, itla batkeda asalu.
Loses HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the
40 కొడుతుంది డిన్నర్ అంట
Can't even sure how he's
డిన్నర్ 40 ఉన్నారా అసలు
Someone's move here, the pitter patter of the footfall.
నేను ఇడ పెట్టాక చూడండి మ్యాప్ ఇట్లా పెట్టాడు.
Instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good airburst will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines though will get sleepy and over towards Bose. Top though is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. More importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Good nades again. Aurora's having none of it.
Put a base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top.
Still am with Aurora. Trust the gunfire. Okay.
Eagles crossing his fingers.
40 eliminated already. మనం చూసుకోలేదు.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly,
Aurora మాడుతది guys.
get the spread on it. Just try follow up off the back.
వీళ్ళందరికీ I mean ఈ లాబీ ఆడిన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ మంచిగా ఆడుతున్నారు. నాకు కూడా ఉంటే బాగుంది guys.
Basically nothing. Aiking's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here.
లాబీలో ఉన్నారంట. అయ్యో.
Good Molotovs, man. A bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nade should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Dog. Survives the first. Blasts the shrapnel, and should survive the second.
So many nades. Although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again.
మంచి ప్లేస్ అయితే వీళ్ళకే ఉంది ఆరోరా వాళ్ళకి సెంటర్ లో అందుకే పుష్ అవర్ కొట్టరేమో అసలు వీళ్ళు ఎంత కరెక్ట్ గా స్కోప్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తారో అసలు భలే ఓపెన్ చేస్తారు మనోళ్ళు సగం మంది చూసారంటే హ్యాకర్లు అంటారు
Yeah, the res on of E-Arena. E-Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, 19. But they've been consistently up
14,
towards
15.
at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops. Tiamba's playing as a format.
Break lo manallu boost avustharu ippudu
versus Aurora. They have a place to play.
Entra nade anse book chesadu.
It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside of that shack right there. And it's hard to line up those nades past the side. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other two teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy. Reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside. Thing is though, they've been here for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly.
వీళ్ళు కూడా నలుగురు ఉన్నారు కదా
Get those shots, get those nades over
ఫ్యూరియా వాళ్ళు కానీ వాళ్ళు అంత కొట్టరు కదా అంత ఐ మీన్ నమ్మకం తక్కువ
Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with.
ఆఖరి మ్యాచ్ బాగా
finds shots over towards Vitality.
ఏ పడుతుంది బాగా
to stop two teams from squeezing them together.
గుర్తులేస్తున్నారు వాయిస్ అన్ని హలో
This is actually good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's
దీని ఆది మొబైల్ అంట ఎలా చెప్పాను నీకు
Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash here, knowing they need to shut them down to get themselves any sort of
పుష్ప హలో కామెంటరీ మనం చేస్తే వాళ్ళు డామినేట్ అయిపోతారు మా ఇంతకంటే అదే తినలేదు మా అయ్యి ఎన్ని తినాలి అదే రావుదే మనం ఏమనుకుంటే వాళ్ళు పోతున్నారు సో అందుకు మనకి ఇష్టమైన టీం అనుకోవాలి మనం డాగ్ ఫినిష్ అయ్యా అరోరా ఫినిష్ రా ఈ ఫ్యూరియా కొడతారేంటి కొంప తీసి ఈ వర్సెస్ ఫ్యూరియా మీరు చెప్పండి కంపారిటివ్లీ ఈ రెండు టీంలో ఎవరికి ఎక్కువ గన్ పవర్ ఉంటుంది అంటారు ఫ్యూరియా ఆర్ ఏ పడ్డాడు ఆల్రెడీ
coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E-Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Zone advantage.
Egos
1-1 nagra.
Still coming out strong. He wants more.
Ye finish.
And they are delivering. Egos down.
Surya koda finish అయిపోతాడు రివైవ్ కష్టంలే
as well as Chief to stand up
3v3
E-Arena.
ఫ్యూరియా నైస్ మైన్క్రాఫ్ట్ రేపు ఆడతాం ఆ టైం ఉంటే నువ్వారా రే ఫ్యూరియా డిన్నర్ కొడతా అంటారా ఓకే దాన్ గైస్ నేను ఈఏకి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తా గైస్ మీరేలా నాకు ఆపోజిట్ చేస్తా చూద్దాం మీరా నేనా
5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is
నేను ఫస్ట్ మ్యాచ్ వీళ్ళు రౌండ్ చూసి ఎర్నా వాళ్ళది అమ్మో ఇదేం టీం రా బాబు ఇలా ఆడుతున్నారు 1 సెట్ చేస్తారు 1 డేలో క్వాలిఫై అయిపోతారు మేము ఫుల్ పాయింట్స్ కొట్టేసి అనుకున్నా తర్వాత బ్యాల చేశారు ఇయే డిన్నర్ ఏమో ఓకే చూద్దాం నేను ఇయేనే గైస్
so brutal because he really has been this pop off player for the team.
నువ్వు సపోర్ట్ అన్నావుగా ఇంకా మాకు నైస్ చూద్దాం ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం ఏ నేను అంటున్నావు ఐఎమ్ ఫేమస్ ఉందా యూ నో ఐఎమ్ టండర్ బాయ్ అంట నువ్వు గోడ్ కాదు గొర్రెవి నువ్వు టండర్ బాయ్ వీడు మార్క్ పెడతాడు చక్కగా
I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Egos. But he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one.
Furia pakka dinner. Papa ye.
The play zone takes him out and Fury is blind again.
Thunder boy.
Lose your eyes in the back line.
Pakka antaru ye.
Rely on your gun skill now. Standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray.
Time out era niku.
Nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind.
Evudra play zone down ayindi. Play zone down kaaledra.
Unless Igor's giving her back the worst information in the world, but yeah, I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing right now. Grenade to E5. You missed by a mile.
పడ్డలేదురా నీడు నాలా తెగిపోతుంది ఎవరో లోడ్ తొందరగా జోన్ వస్తుంది వన్ పాయింట్ ఎలా నీడు బగ్గించి పడిపోవాలి
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing round.
వచ్చాడు అరే యార్ ఫ్యూరియా పడ్డాడయ్యా అయిపోయింది గైస్ 2-3 ఎవరు కొడతారు అంటారు ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి ఇప్పుడు అన్లిమిటెడ్ నేషన్ స్మోక్ చాలా ఏం ఉండదండి మనం ఏరుకుంటాం కదా అలాగే వాళ్ళు ఏరుకుంటారు అలా ఏం ఎవరు అన్లిమిటెడ్ స్మోక్లు నేట్లు పావు మ్యాప్ కాదు కదా వాళ్ళు థ్రోబుల్స్ ఎక్కువ క్యారీ చేస్తారు
MG3 could make all the difference.
మొదలుకి వెళ్తున్నారా చూసుకోరా
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now.
Oof, he actually did.
Oh,
అయిపోయింది 2v2 ఇప్పుడు
Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up.
అరే
Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs
అంచు
towards the tree.
వచ్చింది రైట్
Shotty in his hand.
1v2
Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on.
ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి
A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a
ఎవరు
cheeky
కొట్టారు
they'll still be proud.
ఎవరు కొట్టని అమ్మా నేను సపోర్ట్ చేసిన టీం కొట్టింది మీరు ఓడిపోయారు
Good game from E-Arena. I think that the game plan was great.
ఇంత కార్లో పెట్టుకుంటారు
Right at the end. Egos, as he went down, I think he might have.
ఫస్ట్ టైం అని చెప్పింది అంటే మన గ్రహాలు అనుకరించడం స్టార్ట్ అయింది గైస్ గ్రహాలు అనుకరిస్తున్నాయి నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ గాడ్ లైక్ డిన్నర్ లోడింగ్ ఫర్ గాడ్ లైక్ కంబ్యాక్ మ్యూజిషియన్ మానియా
I do think Egos a great player.
నేనే నమ్మలేకపోతున్నాను నేను సపోర్ట్ చేసిన టీం డిన్నర్ కొట్టిందంటే
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, you know, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything. Yeah, and then have that
చిన్న పిల్లలు
once we get into
కొంతమంది అంకుల్స్ కూడా ఉన్నారు అనుకో
They just wait a little bit longer.
మన టీం కి తప్ప అదే కదా మన టీం కి తప్ప అన్ని టీమ్స్ పని చేస్తారు నేను ఇప్పుడే వస్తా ఓకేనా ఓ మెయిల్ వచ్చింది దాన్ని రిప్లై చేసి వస్తా ఈలోపు ఉండండి ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళకండి
Was a little strange. You're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Tyler just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch. Didn't expect that.
I know they're behind. I'm just going to go for it. All right. Confirmed. That's where they are. You're dead, Tyler. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info game. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple of moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
No, absolutely. I think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
It was, honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there.
Yeah.
But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo. They needed supplies, and they went for it. So
absolutely.
It was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a little moment with the boys over on the stage. And we'll be back real soon.
Powers here at PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris and Neptura, and we're playing a round of Hot Drop Dance.
Ooh, we're going to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take, so let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. Let's get Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone, but let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Oh, it's your best one. Yeah, that's
it's on the board. All right, let's shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up to the back. Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. This is good. There you go, James. There you go.
Shuffle in.
Thank you. Don't hit me, please. Oh, it's a 17. Currently, Nep's in last with 6.
No way. Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't know.
That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played.
There you go.
That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
That one was mine.
In the bullseye.
No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
You did that on purpose.
No, I didn't do anything. All right, here. Go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey.
A 5.
It's
Not
in.
bad.
That's all that matters, really.
It's on the board.
Here we go.
I haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good. It's good.
Ooh. That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, here you go, mate. Take this.
I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a
the
5.
lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down version of my own
Jackie,
number.
it's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take. Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it. I'm so sorry. Tiamba will not win PMWC despite looking really good.
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take as well.
Oh, okay.
I feel like over-reliance on ARs, nonsense. I want DMRs in, give the players a little bit more expression in the secondary slot, you know? Those submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
I like it.
Don't give me this mic. You know what I want? I want all of your opinions from the viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
If I'm not mistaken, Neptura, I think you actually won at darts. And I think you got that chicken dinner.
I did.
You were lied to, but
very mad.
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very open-ended finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even-Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push, and he gave the man advantage, and E-Arena using every resource they had available to get that win. Good to see, but again, I need to see that continue in your next coming matches.
Take it away, Lace. I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute.
Hey, Ayala, I am revoking your driver's license because I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max. E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E Arena early on in the map. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation was, and you could hear me screaming in the back, he's like catching nades with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like
this one.
Yeah, after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my pack next year. I'm really upset.
I know what happened, actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room, and I asked him, like, what was the play with Ayala? And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But then he saw two players and he got scared. And that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea, and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately, two-player setup was exactly what E Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big, something I like to call, what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier. There was a squad, though, that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora. Aurora, once again, Neptura being able to back it up with the limbs, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Rifus, Enziel, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic, Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember, earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 LMs out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They became a red zone at that moment in that game, and I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still sleeping right now. He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points, currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to E Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba, though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're truly putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah, I see that. This is what I'm saying. They're finding those fights. They're gathering those eliminations, finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash rule and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it, obviously, today, but then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, is none other than Nangshem. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was Orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles, I like it, they're pushing the fight. But the thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower, he had a great line of sight, but eventually Orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Enigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it, it's not going to work out. Fourth Thrives knew that, and you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third party that.
Yeah, they will end up third partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back, but right now we are halfway through that mark. Lays, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance, but still I'm taking a driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret. I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tiamba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's like break it down into the finer details.
Oh,
okay,
so yeah.
I want to ask you a little bit more. Okay, so like, what's the best map to like capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends. Yeah. How about like vehicles for like late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps. So it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, you know, smokes, nades, you know, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy, you know?
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends.
Hello guys.
No,
Welcome back again.
Everyone knows it's a P90. No, depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The V90 is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones.
We can keep here.
S2G hovercraft double roll-up. That was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points.
Namaste,
I mean, we're
guys.
super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to the man and said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's
the sort of confidence
that you want to see coming through.
Mind lo power cut ayindi.
They do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some performances standing out more than others, but it's definitely still achievable because of
the match comeback ఇవ్వాలి guys. ఇవ్వాలి ఇస్తది. ఎడ్మినో నవ్వకురా. మంచిగా ఆడరా.
But moving over to that expanded.
ఏం కావాలి వాళ్ళ చిల్లు ఉంటేనే మనం మంచిగా ఆడతారు.
That's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Brand new day,
exactly right. I mean, this is It's all about putting up as many points as you can.
Voice వినిపిస్తుంది కానీ పర్సన్ ఎక్కడ నేనే ఇక్కడ ఉన్నా కదా.
We saw in the group stage, right? E-Arena 39 points.
Need comeback, yes. Rishi, hello.
I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what
match already never
plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of
Spider-Man brand new dena illanu
there.
నాకు
which has been nice to see.
పోవడం నేనే అలాంటి సినిమాలు ఫ్యామిలీ వాళ్ళ కోసం వెళ్ళా.
But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line.
రెక్లైన్ తీసుకొని శుభ్రంగా ఎదరపోయా.
A threat to so many.
అంతకు ముందు నేను ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు అవి. మరి ఎలా అర్థమైంది చెప్పండి. ఎందుకురా మా వాళ్ళని చూపిస్తారు దిష్టి పెట్టమనా. అయ్యో అరుస్తుంది సోది. ఎస్ నిద్రపోయాను. నాకంత ఏం అనిపించలేదు గైస్. కొంచెం అమ్మాయి కోసం చేసేది అది మంచిగా అలా అలా కళ్ళల్లో నుంచి ఒకరికొకరు వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాడు ఆడెవడో ఏం అర్థం కాలేదు. గైస్ ఒక్క నిమిషం నేను ఫేస్ కెమ్ ఆఫ్ చేస్తా కాజ్ ఇంట్లో ఇన్వర్టర్ అరుస్తుంది కరెంట్ పోయింది. మా ఇటు వచ్చేది ఇది ఇంగ్లీష్ కొంచెం స్విచ్ ఆఫ్ చేయమా కరెంట్ వచ్చాక ఆన్ చేద్దా. Come on. Dinner. నన్ను తీసుకెళ్ళలేదే అంట అది ఇంగ్లీష్ అటువైపుది స్విచ్ అక్కడ ఉంటుంది అక్కడ దానికే బటన్ చిన్న బటన్ ఉంటుంది చూడు.
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy.
మీరు మారు.
Well, certainly know how consistently Ralph
just
tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of it reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked Fourth Ride's adjustment.
Maybe in Miramar lo avvochu guys.
Eliminations right at the start of the match. Really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that Fourth Ride's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right?
Like so in YT channel teruddam anukunna.
You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage, you don't go hunting because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki,
$3 team cheppu.
Yeah, certainly for later into the later game is the fact
andaru baga aadtaru అందుకే అక్కడికి వచ్చారు.
And you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on the northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening to a team out there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
ఇవాళ దీంతో కాకుండా ఇంకా 2 ఉన్నాయి. 2నే ఇంకా 2 మిరామర్ అంతే. ఇది రెండో రంగులు కదా, ఇది మూడో రంగులు కదా, ఇది కాక ఇంకా 2 ఉన్నాయి.
Talk to each other all along here in Paris, and I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy
అలా చెప్పలేము $18 టీం అని అందరూ
some exchanging of words, and I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game it showed, just like, because guess what, Fourth Thrives, they came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what, there's a silly fight happening in Pachinki, we'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have Fourth Thrives
nice
on the hunt for this,
Alexa nanu needed
Ida
oddura babu
and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name,
25 KD undi. Nice కదా, super.
Sanchez Montero the third. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right, and he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have
ఇంకొకరి మర్చిపోయారు రాజేష్ మీరు
It's got to make you second guess
కామెంట్
things.
పెట్టిన వాళ్ళు
I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For any eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in game, he's certainly not going to have.
వాళ్ళకి ఏదో తెలియక అడిగినప్పుడు చెప్పాలి మన ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు మాట్లాడకూడదు మీకు నాలెడ్జ్ ఉందని అందరికి ఉండదుగా
Ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
మీకు కరెంట్ వస్తే చెప్పు వీళ్ళు ఎంత చక్కగా వాళ్ళ లాంగ్వేజ్ మాట్లాడుకుంటారు మనోళ్ళు మాత్రం హిందీలో మాట్లాడతారు మనోళ్ళు మాట్లాడతారు ఇంగ్లీష్ గ్రానీ ఆడాలి అమ్మో నాకు భయం రా ఒక మ్యాచ్ మిస్ అయ్యా మేడం రిజల్ట్ చెప్పడం ఎరైనా వాళ్ళు డిన్నర్ కొట్టారు ఈ ఎరైనా వాళ్ళు ఓజీ బుగ్గా మళ్ళా ఏం కాదులే మంచిగా ఆడతారులే ఏ మ్యాచెస్ పోయాయి ఇంకా మంచిగా ఆడతారు ఎడ్మినో నవ్వాడంటే డిన్నర్ కొడతారు తిన్నా విష్ణు గారు మీరు తిన్నారా లెట్స్ గో గైస్ ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్ ఒక్క డిన్నర్ రా మంచి ఈ రోజు ఒక డిన్నర్ కొట్టమైనా వాళ్ళు ఒక్కడైనా కొట్టండి
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage. Of course, every single team would as well.
ఈ మ్యాచ్ పక్కా మన రెండు టీంలు ఏదో ఒక టీం బాగా ఆడుతది గైస్
coming through from North George to the west point of Sosnovka military base, and it will be going fairly close to Pachinki. So
hi Yesh, how are you? నేను బాగున్నా మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు
over towards Saverny, Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams are going somewhere else. I'm really not holding my breath.
మనోళ్ళు డ్రాప్ ఏంటో
You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say though,
NS hida only fight.
Props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up.
Face cam on lone undi kada. Neeku kanipiyatledha meeku.
This all day long here.
Hello.
I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points.
Kanipistundana?
That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with. But they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Rives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex in from the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Enigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle could be quite important. Ralph seems like they know he's in this building, but the nade won't connect.
Yeah, that was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here. Trying to get a little bit of information. He knows exactly where Rita is. It's a big stalemate though. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by. The precious loot. Sounds like it should have been ours. I want it. No.
ఈ మ్యాచ్ మన వాళ్ళు విన్ అయితే నేను తిరుమల పోతా విన్ అవుతారు మన ఎమోషన్ కదా మన టీం
able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really
struggle
to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res though in the meantime is going to be there because it's so early in the game. It's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Enigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight, Jukes.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation. Enigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it though, and Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Enigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they will have known, they will have been aware that this is unfurled.
Yeah, and what are you going to do
player kaadu Venkatesh nak raadu game.
On the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy.
Alexa manolla kosam pooja cheyaలి top lo undali ani pooja ela chestavu Nisa nenu ade korukuntunna top lo undalani manollu వస్తారు రేపు మన ఇండిపెండెన్స్ డే అండ్ ఆల్సో నా ఫేవరెట్ సాటర్డే మా వెంకన్న ఖచ్చితంగా బయట తీసుకొస్తారు.
This is not going to work for us if we want to be able to do well in this tournament. I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
విటాలిటీ ఎక్కడ దిగుతున్నారు డ్రాప్ చూడలేదు నేను
this time around.
అదర్ గేమ్స్ మీద డైలీ స్ట్రీమ్
on the ground, the vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player, you don't get the loot truck, you don't get any, you're under looted at this point. I mean, it's just a loss overall. Where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be
next step ఏం చేస్తానంటే ఇంకో స్టీమ్ బట్టి మ్యాప్ స్టీమ్ పెట్టాలి అవుద్దిలే కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అయిపోతారు.
It's like, hey,
నేను రెండు మేనేజ్ చేయలేను.
have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop in Pachinki this
ఇంట్లో చూసేటప్పుడు అన్ని మేనేజ్ చేసుకుంటారు మ్యాప్ స్ట్రీమ్ ఇది అన్ని చూడగలుగుతాయి ఏంటి లైవ్ లోకి వచ్చి లైవ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మాత్రం అవ్వట్లేదు.
I kind of understand.
ఏకే ఓపిరా ఓరా
it is a question right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
నువ్వు చెప్పావు కాబట్టి
that question of if we give up
ఇంగ్లీష్ టు తెలుగు ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేయాలి.
Are we just going to be easily pushed?
మీ ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేస్తారనే స్టీమ్ లో పెట్టాను నేను.
Trying to do that sort of thing. I mean, it's
daily 6 matches of hill
contracts, negotiation business there. It's
కండర్ బై ఒకవేళ స్ట్రీమ్ చేస్తే నేను చెప్తాను నీకు ఖచ్చితంగా కొట్టినాడు రా హీరోలకు అదే హోరోలకు వస్తే సౌండ్.
But you can't hold your nerve, and if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Nine Tails Fury AUG skin, get that one
ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనిపిస్తుంది ఇందులో అయితే చూడబుద్ది మంచిగా.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiamba's been looking really good today.
Godlike.
They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off
Godlike
was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had
కలర్ఫుల్ పెట్టాలా నేను ఏమైనా ఆడుతున్నాను
earlier in the group stage was so sick, and then come finals time
but ఇంకో టీఎమ్మ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తున్నారు.
really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now. Looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that first place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Furia likely going to do so. Could potentially see that from teams who are fighting guys, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the two teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like either looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime. Snaffling up all that loot. And checking every corner. Or at least I hope they are.
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split. Got to be careful, though. One nade could be dangerous. Oh,
ఒక నాకు కూడా చాలా డ్యామేజ్.
Another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he
can
go
for
for that
revive,
but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that one out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction. This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map, like the back of your hand, it's going to pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and Fourth Rise are going head to head. And at the moment, it looks like Fourth Rise
and
are
yes,
in the driver's seat.
Fourth, Fourth Rise
side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop though. Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to try and get out, just leave a solo survivor coming on through. And another knock goes on in.
Commentary energy లేదు Alexa.
Sweeping it under the rug.
మళ్ళీ అనిపిస్తుంది మనకి అంతే వాళ్ళు బాగానే యాక్టివ్ గా మాట్లాడుతున్నారు పళ్ళకు కొట్టేసాడు అన్నిసార్లు అయిపోయారు
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so and to just execute in this perfect fashion.
He's got finished.
I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Eda. All 4 players from Nick McGalaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. Fourth Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points that fight. They are both still south of the river. Ulf Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Saverny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. This zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Furia up there in Saverny, E-Arena over by Street Range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming. Oh,
akka team name full name చెప్పక్క మాకు ఒకసారి తెలుసుకుంటాం నేను చెప్పి మీరు అక్కడ పేరు అన్ని 1v1 ఆడతారు అన్న టీం పేరు చదవడం కూడా వస్తలేదు నీకు
Okay, we're getting another replay. This is on the Fourth Rise and Nongshim Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to clock, it seems pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it.
Aurora versus
Fourth Rise. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This looking quite good for Vitality, who
మనోళ్ళు ఫైట్ చేసుకుంటారా
I think it's safe to say than their group stage
మరి
performances,
అట్లా అక్కడ ఏం ఉండదు మనోళ్ళు వాళ్ళు
still very much presence. Certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here, and a big southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of Nick McGalaxy, as they're going to be mushing in super late here. And are you kidding me? At this zone,
godlike teaser kan TM ball the tiyal fight. Godlike.
That would be devastating for this lobby.
TM ball వెళ్ళిపోతున్నట్టున్నారు కిందకి godlike కూడా మూవ్ అవుతుంది.
They're over there by North George playing
OG దగ్గరికి వచ్చారు godlike ఇల్లు TM ball.
They were being held out by Vitality, right? So they're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to disengage and then
Admino compound వెళ్ళిపోతారేమో అందరూ మనం.
See what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash
now
really to settle their score with Alula. Try and get towards the circle, and it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Roshok. It'd be great for Nick McGalaxy.
నేను తెలుసుకోమని నేను అనలేదు బ్రో అక్కడే ఉంటుంది ఆ పేరు ఇది ఇక్కడ ఉంటుంది ఓజీ ఇదిగో ఒరంగుటాన్ అని పైనే ఉంటుంది కదా అది అంటున్నాను మానియా నాకు చేసాడు ఓరా
in the middle, getting stuff done, getting bits out to
Aura,
and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good. Puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow. That's 12K getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go out pretty early here in this game.
It's normal గా బానే మాట్లాడుతుంది కానీ కామెంట్ అంటే మాటలు రావట్లేదు అదేం లేదు ఆల్వేట్ తప్పింది కదా గుడ్ జోన్ ఫర్ అవర్ టీమ్స్ yes
has the P90 and the ghillie suit, so he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold
just
strategy.
Little tap on the tree,
tap.
ఎవరెవరు ఉన్నారు S2G ఉంది in the flash
Gotta make
ఉంది
sure it's secure.
ఫ్లాష్ ఆల్రెడీ ఒకరు పైకి వెళ్ళాడు అబ్బో 40
into the hillsides around him. Hopefully with that P90 team flash getting out
43 members uన్నారు
could be
one
tricky.
member eliminate OG కూడా 3
make their way to one of the buildings here that is this lineup from S2G, from Orangutan, from Tianba, and from Ulf. On this lineup, very central on the circle, some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality and Aurora.
Vitality knock Aurora.
Yeah, they
Aurora
go
versus
battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. You can see
టీఎంబా వాళ్ళు పుష్ చేస్తారేమో ఈఎల్ఏ మీద ముగ్గురు ఫినిష్ అప్ అరే ఈఎల్ఏ ఫినిష్ అప్ బా ఓకల్ కిల్ ఇచ్చినట్టు అన్నారు
It's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as their 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close to
కిల్ ఎట్టాడు మనోడు ఎక్కడ కనిపించారు నీకు అసలు వెనక్కి వచ్చారు మన వాళ్ళు అందుకే కిల్ వచ్చింది
This fight would have definitely went off earlier.
Alex, nice to you to watch party in the community, but first time చూస్తున్నాం కదా ఇంటర్నెట్ అందుకే నేమ్స్ తెలియదు నాకు తెలుసు నేమ్స్ నేను తనకి తెలీదు అని చెప్పలేదు తెలుసుకో అని చెప్పలేదు నేను ఏమన్నానంటే ఈడ పేరు నా మౌస్ కర్సర్ కనిపిస్తుందా ఈడనే ఉంది కదా బ్రో పేరు అన్న దానికి ముందు తను వేరేది అన్నాడులే సో దానికి నేను కౌంటర్ ఇచ్చా అంతే SUG versus Tiamba.
But Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are not going to let S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here.
Ari kujjeshi shackles
right under his feet. He's going to blast him down, but there's an answer, and Reefus falls.
ULF lo
Tiamba, but now
ULF na eliminate ayindi. ULF unnaru abba AKOP kill చేశాడు నేడ్ తో.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake
Kill
of fire
guys.
here. QZ in the center of it, and Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately,
ఏమన్నా ఫైట్ అదే కదా
surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top doesn't quite get
then
it.
and
that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there, maybe missing a trick, not able to flex out, didn't quite have the angles on it.
But are you just to miss it off?
Top just about behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got two smokes. He's slap bang in the middle of the circle though, Jukes, and that might be a little bit of a help until another team rocks up with nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this.
2 matches unnera.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like, I think I'm just going to lay down right here for as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good. Right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a
40 versus
7 eliminations. Fortunate for them.
Flash.
Back up here. And they're in a solid position in this circle as we now look on over to Furia. Igor hopping out the vehicle here, getting punished by E-Arena for it.
ఎన్ని టీంలు కొట్టుకుంటున్నాయి అబ్బాయి ఫ్యూరియాను ఈఎల్ కొట్టుకుంటున్నారు ఇల్లే ఇందాక డిన్నర్
The other two players down on the hillside. Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations.
AKOP down చేశాడు Tiamba కానీ స్కెల్లర్
అంతే they're going to have to fend off at least one more, but the number of crates around them is
ఇందాక ఏమన్నా నాక్ ఉన్నప్పుడు కొట్టుకుంటే పుష్కెళ్ళే వాళ్ళు
going to have to try and figure out exactly.
అయినా మనకు తెలియాలి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్
flash strike to find their way through, thread the needle, but E-Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turny K sees to it. He's backed off by a third party. Orangutan chiming in. And now Tops has to head towards 4th Thrive, so nowhere
EA versus Mania
to go for him. Hyunbin finally bites the dust.
Hello, Karma, 23.
E-Arena put some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really battle it out, holding the edge of that circle, because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4 Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Balak with 2, Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all
BGMI through PUBG
వాళ్ళు
ఇస్తారు
sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast. The difficulty, of course, is that 4 thrives, and now Vitality is starting to move in, and they don't have an outpost there. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position on that riverbank. And if you hold towards
40 మీద వెళ్తున్నారు అయ్యా కిల్స్తారే వెళ్ళి 40 కి.
it's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit.
ఫలక్ కిల్ ఎత్తినాడు అది ఎన్ని కిల్లు కొడతావురా ఫలక్ నువ్వు అసలు.
Could not stay in for too much longer.
Here they go. E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending in non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Orban hopping on out, trying to hit that flick shot on Huzaifa. Huzaifa's really hurt here. Great team.
మస్తు కొట్టాడురా. ఇప్పుడు వన్ ఈజీగా బాగుంటున్నాడు కదా.
The likes of 4 thrives.
Huzaifa has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena the only team to be able to take him down. At least 3 of them. Tony K goes down with him, but 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. Very possible to get this res. This is the chance though for Enigma Galaxy to move across, and look at Ralph. He's getting over. Coops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied. A little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counter-pointed river cross positions and 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan. They could have poked their noses into that fight and third party did as well. Moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tiamba.
ఎవరెవరితో డిన్నర్ నేను 40 కొట్టిద్దేమో మంచి ఫామ్ లో ఉంది అనుకున్నా. దెబ్బకు టాప్ 6 వెళ్ళిపోయింది 40. మన వాళ్ళని ఇలా చూడలేకపోతుందంట. 10 points.
It's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that third party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation.
మంచి ప్లేస్ ఏ గాని మన వాళ్ళకి.
Going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it though. As now is the calm before the storm. We are in stage number 5. All these teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're going to have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us, then GG, baby. We just shoot at everything in sight.
Yeah, we're going to get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so. It's Godlike try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when E-Arena crashed on towards 4 thrives. Falak.
Falak jule ilka narkudunnemo.
Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sight lines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle though comes in.
Watch party maaku raadu enduku antunna. Mem bgmi aadtam kada ante. Manam choose manam ఏ చూసే తెలియమండి ఇది. మనం PUBG మ్యాచెస్ అరే మానియా రావురా. అరే సో మైన.
Let's see if they can actually make that thing though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched.
మనోళ్ళు కొట్టారు రా
ఊజియోళ్ళు. Make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. Has power, trying to smoke some things out by
Jonathan bro.
Some time. It's going to be up to him and Admino.
Meeting would join at the Sol matches.
They're just trying to hold this spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it's outside the circle. Yeah, so now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate cardi this. Oh, nice shot from Admino. But unfortunately, those smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. And just get some healing started as well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. We're looking at OG and E-Arena, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes. And move in from this east edge. Tiamba are going to have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now. And OG are making it right now. Straight on forwards. Try and get dead center here and contest with Enigma Galaxy on the coastline. Into Vitality side as well. They drop down. And 3 of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great
Enigma Galaxy versus
rotation. They knew
Arena.
that one little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Coops in trouble. The closest
HP ఉన్నప్పుడు వాడు ఫ్లాష్ డ్యామేజ్ పోయాడు. అరే సూపర్ రా.
Now get some shots downrange. Headshot on the Mormon. Joker right there next to him though. Can Coops get to safety? No, he gets knocked. And E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst immediately there onto Coops. Enigma Galaxy just getting
OG finish. OG 6 finish.
That was insane for Coops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as the Arena make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianba will not work out for them.
What a escape, but can't escape, Papa.
The Arena evaporated and they end up feeding the beast that is Tianba. They did put some good points on the board for them, and I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tianba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. As Power forced to hit the deck. Oh, now with those sight lines just punishing him. This position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready, didn't have the presence, and it's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knockover towards Tianba and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Towards Tianba, they're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tianba. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we got to push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit though. The circle is
Godlike eliminate OG local.
So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize started betting out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air, and that's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over to QZZ, and it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player.
Enigma Galaxy anukuntunna.
7 elims. That transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
Village ముందుకి ELF వెళ్ళిపోయి ఉన్నారు కానీ వెనకమాల వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు Vitality వాళ్ళు
fashion. And now with this fortunate zone
TMBA నాకు TMBA ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు ఇంకొక్కడే ఉన్నాడు రా అయిపోయారు వీళ్ళు కొట్టారు ELF డిన్నరా నేను Enigma Galaxy గానీ Vitality గానీ కొడుతుంది ELF కొడుతుంది అంటారా ఏమో వీళ్ళు కొట్టుకొని వాళ్ళకి డిన్నర్ ఇస్తారా వీళ్ళు ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు ఆ స్క్వాడర్స్ కి అప్పటి నుంచి అక్కడే ఉన్నారు స్క్వాడర్స్ లోనే మంచిగా వచ్చారు మధ్యలో పాపం మా ఓజీ నరికేస్తారు Enigma Galaxy ఒక నాకు వీళ్ళలో ఒకళ్ళు నాకు
So it's all up to Vitality. Axel, the
Hi,
last player.
Kalyan.
Is he able to survive?
Oh, Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no two ways about it. But it might get a little bit hairy.
I think Enigma Galaxy. ELF
doesn't even hit the deck. A 2v2
NGX last one. Enigma Galaxy. I win. ELF.
Sliced and diced.
1v4. 1v4. వాళ్ళకి మంచి ఉంది జోన్ అసలు ఇందాక బాగా డామినేట్ చేస్తారు
The smoke billows, the P90 to your hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup, but Ulf are here and they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks.
జానథన్ గణేష్ మీరు ఇక్కడ వచ్చి ఎంత చేద్దాం అనుకున్నా నేను 5 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి స్ట్రీమ్ చేస్తున్నా నాకు ఎవరు ఎట్లా మాట్లాడుతారో అన్నీ తెలుసు మా మాట్కి తెలుసు మీరు ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు కామెంట్ పెడితే మేము తెచ్చిపోయి నిబ్బగలలాగా అరిచే టైప్ కాదు అర్థమైందా నాకు మీకు అన్నీ తెలుసు అని తెలుసు మీకు కావాలని చాట్లో అన్ని కావాలని రెచ్చగొట్టడానికి ఏం మాకేం తెలియదు అనుకొని కామెంట్లో పెడుతున్నారని మాకు తెలుసు మేబీ మీరు నవ్వుకోవచ్చేమో మీరు కావాలని చేసారు మేము కూడా నవ్వుకుంటున్నాం మీరుంటే మాకే చాటు రేట్ పెరిగిద్ది ఉండండి మీరు అంత చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు అర్థమైందా ELF పోయింది ELF డిన్నర్ కొట్టింది చీబే మళ్ళీ అనుకుంటున్నారు ఏదో ఆ సోల్ మ్యాచ్ చెప్పడక్క ట్యాగ్ మ్యాచ్ చెప్పడక్క అంట కావాలండి అవన్నీ చిన్న పిల్లలు ఇంతమంది న్యూస్ మాట్లాడుతున్నారు
And I feel like for Orangutan, they could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there. And hopefully they can find
India నుంచి two teams ఉన్నాయండి.
Great to see them perform at the level we know
Better luck.
to be capable of from their
See,
performance in the group stage.
కానీ ఏంటో అసలు గాడ్లెక్ ఓజీ
It's so
ఇలా అసలు
tough. I mean,
చూడబుద్ధి
everybody
అవ్వట్లేదు
here is
నాకు.
playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? We got to talk about it.
రేపు స్కూల్ హాలిడే అదే
Straight aggression there towards the end.
ఏదో అనుకుంటున్నారు వీళ్ళకి ఏం తెలియదులే ఇట్లా తెచ్చుకోవడం ట్రిగర్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారు అంతే మనం ఎందుకు పట్టించుకుంటాం మనం ఇక్కడ టైం అవుట్ ఇస్తే వేరే ఆడిపోతారు అంతే
well for them, and again the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot
Vijay
longer.
garu.
They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3
అసలు ఏంటో మా ఏసీ ఏవో కొంచెం
any third party look-ins coming
ఇంత
on
దారుణంగా
through.
వస్తుంది
For
ఏంటో
Arena, it's a good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them
బట్ ఎవ్రీ డే ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఉదయ్
well. I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore.
రేపు కమ్బ్యాక్ ఇచ్చినా కూడా
A man who could find out is
ఎవ్రీ డే
Kalaris down on the
ఇంపార్టెంట్
stage with Arena.
I'll try my best, John Allen. Yes, that's right. Irene looking fantastic so far. So let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับฟิวเรียนะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับฟิวเรียฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์นะกับวิธีที่ฟิวเรียเล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของฟิวเรียในเกมนั้นครับ
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นอยู่ครับก็เลยไม่ได้
నెక్స్ట్ మ్యాచ్ యా 15 minutes బ్రేక్ ఉంటుంది అనుకుంటా మీరామర్ నెక్స్ట్ రెండు మీరామర్ మన తెలుగు కమ్యూనిటీలో వన్ ఆఫ్ ద బెస్ట్ అని చెప్పొచ్చు ఐ యూస్ టు వాచ్ ఫ్రమ్ యువర్ ఎర్లీ డేస్ ఆఫ్ ప్లేయింగ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ విజయ్
Very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here?
బ్రో మీకు కిక్లో నాట్ విన్ మ్యాచెస్ జరుగుతాయి అని మీకు తెలుసు మీకు సోల్ మ్యాచెస్ ఎప్పుడైనా ఇందులో సోల్ ఎందుకు ఉంటుంది బ్రో మీకు అంత తెలిసిన వాళ్ళకి ఇందులో సోల్ ఉంటుందో లేదు తెలీదా సోల్ మ్యాచెస్ ఎప్పుడంటే ఇది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ అది మన ఇండియాలో జరిగేది రెండింటికి తేడా ఉంటుందిగా
Well, right
Alexa
now we
is
have
the
0
best
pressure at
Telugu
all,
girls
right?
team.
So we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group, so this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point, so that's no different.
ఇంకా ఇవాళ 2 మ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయి ప్లేయర్స్ ఆర్ ఇన్ ప్రెజర్ దే నీడ్ సమ్ రెస్ట్ ఇవాళ వెళ్ళి మ్యాచెస్ చూసుకుంటే రేపు మెసేజ్ చేయకుండా కానీ మేబీ టాప్ 5 లో ఉంటారేమో రేపు బాగా కంబ్యాక్ ఇస్తే ఎవ్రీ డే ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ నేను కిక్ లో స్ట్రీమ్ చేయండి ఇది కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ తగ్గిద్దామా మీకు తెలుసు కదా బ్రో మీరు ఎలా అడిగారు మంచిగా చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం సోల్ బాగా ఆడారు ఈ ఫైనల్స్ లో అంట బాయ్ విష్ణు హాయ్ బిగిలు ఏం సంగతులు అన్న బర్త్డేగా ప్లాన్స్ ఏంటి రక్తదానం అన్నదానం అలాంటివి ఏమైనా ప్లాన్ చేస్తావా అవును కానీ ఉదయ్ అంత కంబ్యాక్ ఇవ్వడం కూడా పాసిబుల్ కాదు అనుకుంటున్నాను నేను అవి టీమ్స్ అందరు బాగా ఆడతారు కదా అంత కంబ్యాక్ కూడా మనం ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయకూడదు ఇంకా 2 మ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయి ఒక్కటి మంచిగా పడితే చాలు ఏం కాదు ఆల్మోస్ట్ అందరూ 25-20 అట్లా ఉన్నాయి కదా ఒక మ్యాచ్ మంచిగా పడితే వీళ్ళు కూడా పైకి వెళ్తారు ఇంకా రేపు చూసుకోవచ్చు
Today our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each
luck
location
and
is a
zone
mystery
మనకి ఫేవర్ కూడా ఉండాలి
The mission is simple. Find them, grab them, and bring them back.
లక్ అంటే జోన్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ కూడా ఉండాలి, అది కూడా స్కిల్లే కదా. లక్ ఉండాలి బట్ కానీ మొత్తం జోన్ లక్ కాదు. ఐజల్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉంటారో వాళ్ళు జోన్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి ముందే. బట్ టూ మచ్ హార్డ్ షిఫ్ట్స్ వస్తున్నాయిగా. హాయ్ మిస్టర్ మూన్. హాయ్ లెవెన్లో. నా సెన్సీ లేదు, నేను గేమ్ ఆడతలేదు. లాస్ట్ జోన్ పడకపోయినా మనకి జోన్ ఆక్యుపై చేయడం రావాలి, జోన్ తీసుకోవడం, జోన్ హోల్డ్ చేయడం రావాలి. అన్నీ ఉంటాయండి, లక్ ఒక్కటే కాదు. నేను తెలుగు కమెంటరీ నుంచి ఒక టీం అంతా వెళ్తే బాగుంది. మీకు టీం లేదా జానథన్ బ్రో? పెద్దగా పట్టకూడదు, టర్మ్స్ అండ్ కండిషన్ లో బిగిల్ గారు చిన్నగానే ఉండాలి. నేను అదే చెప్తున్నా కదా, మనం ఇక్కడ కూర్చొని మనం చాట్లు కూర్చొని మనం ఎన్నైనా చెప్తాం అట్లా ఆడుంటే బాగుండు, ఇట్లా ఆడుంటే బాగుండు అని. అక్కడ సిచ్యువేషన్ వేరు ఉండిద్ది. వాళ్ళకి ఓపెన్ అయిపోయారు అంటే వాళ్ళకి ఛాన్స్ లేదు వెళ్ళడానికి, వాళ్ళ దగ్గర వెహికల్ లేదు. ఒకళ్ళు వెళ్ళారు, అక్కడ కూడా ఎస్పోర్ వెళ్ళినా కూడా అక్కడ కవర్లో ఉండటానికి లేదు. మనం అంటే మనకు తెలియదు, అక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఆడతారు కాబట్టి ఇటు సైడ్ నుంచి గన్ ఫైర్ వస్తుంది, ఎక్కడ ఎనిమిస్ ఉన్నారని చెప్పి వాళ్ళకి తెలిసిద్ది. మనం అనుకున్నంత కాదు కదా, ఓపెన్ అయిపోయారంటే వాళ్ళకి ఇంకా ఛాన్స్ లేదు అంతే. రైట్ బట్ అందరికి సపోర్ట్ దొరకదు కదా. ఎలాంటి సపోర్ట్ మీరు అంటుంది? అలెక్సా అవును చిన్నగా ఏం బిగిల్. అవును నేను చెప్పాను ఎలా ఆడాను కానీ ఇలా ఆడట్లేదు. అక్కడ వాళ్ళకి కనపడదు కదా చూడండి. మనం అనుకుంటాం కనపడదు అని, అదే కదా గేమ్. వాళ్ళకి అది తెలిసింది కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ఆడుతున్నారు, మనం ఇక్కడ క్లాసిక్ ఆడుకుంటున్నాం. వాళ్ళకి గన్ ఫైరింగ్ వస్తేనే వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కడ ఎనిమిది ఉన్నాడనే తెలిసిద్ది. మీరు కనుక క్లియర్ గా అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తే ఈ మ్యాచెస్ వాళ్ళు ఆన్ పాయింట్ నీడ్లేస్తారు ఒకరి మీద. మనలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఏమనిపించి అంటే నాకు కాదు కొంతమందికి ఏమనిపించింది, ఏదో హ్యాక్ వేసుకొని కరెక్ట్ గా నీడేస్తున్నాడేమో అనిపించింది. బట్ వాళ్ళు అవన్నీ తెలుసుకొని ఉంటారు, ఎక్కడ గన్ ఫైరింగ్ వస్తే ఎక్కడ ఎనిమిస్ ఉన్నారు, మనం ఎటువైపు వెళ్తే ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది, ఎటువైపు వెళ్తే ఛాన్స్ ఉండదని వాళ్ళకి అన్ని తెలిసిద్ది. అన్నం తినాలా? రౌండ్ 2 దాకా వెళ్దాం. నో డివైస్ అండ్ ప్రాపర్ వైఫై. కానీ ఈ రోజుల్లో ఎవరు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తారు బ్రో? ఎవరైనా సరే అచీవ్మెంట్స్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఏం చేయలేము. వాయిస్ కట్ అవుతుందా? అక్కడ ఉన్న టీమ్స్ అన్ని వన్ ఆఫ్ ద బెస్ట్. అక్కడ ఉన్నవన్నీ ఒక కంట్రీ రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తున్నాయి అబ్బా. వాళ్ళందరూ వాళ్ళ కంట్రీలో బెస్ట్ టీం కాబట్టి వాళ్ళందరూ అక్కడికి వచ్చారు. ఒక్కొక్క టీం ఇప్పుడు మన ఇండియాలో ఉంది, మొన్న గాడ్లెక్ వాళ్ళు ఛాంపియన్స్ కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి ఛాన్స్ వచ్చింది. ఓజీ వాళ్ళకి అట్లా బాగా ఆడే టీమ్స్ కే ఛాన్స్ వస్తుంది. వాళ్ళ కంట్రీలో వాళ్ళు బాగా ఆడేవాళ్ళు మనకి చూసేటప్పుడు అరే కొట్టచ్చు కదా ఏమైందని అనిపించింది, కానీ అక్కడ సిచ్యువేషన్ వేరు ఉండేది. తినాలి పాలు చెప్పండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ విజయ్. స్నాప్ యూజ్ చేయండి. ఎన్నో మన వాళ్ళకి టఫ్లే కొంచెం పాపం వాళ్ళకి ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ లేదు. Final land.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them. And being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone, so they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side, but still to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow start and teams,
మన వాళ్ళు BGMI ఆడి PUBG ఆడడం అంటే మన గేమ్ కి BGMI కి PUBG కి చాలా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉండిద్ది. మనోళ్ళకి ఇంకా మాత్రమన్నా ఆడి ఫైనల్స్ కి వచ్చారంటే దానికి రీజన్ వాళ్ళు ముందే స్క్రీమ్స్ ఆడారు ఆ లాబీ కొంచెం అలవాటు ఉంది కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ దాకా వచ్చారు 5.5 years అయింది 5 years 6 months అయింది మనోళ్ళు ఫైనల్స్ కి వెళ్ళి 5 years తర్వాత మళ్ళీ వీళ్ళు Hi Mohammed అయితే నేను తినేసి రానా వెళ్ళి ఇస్తామని 10 minutes లో వచ్చేసి
But they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation for Nong from Red Force, where they catch them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know, for Thrives, right, Niptura, if they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did. And Nong from Red Force took a massive L there. So for Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And even in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, yeah, they're still a threat even in this state. And it's just been really difficult for me to watch for Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times. And I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Didn't you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team. So for him to go out early, yes, Josiah is able to clutch, but you know, T24, they need a fourth player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations. We talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of like look at these two powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these two teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I saw, I think it was Enigma Galaxy, could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those eliminations.
They have been very consistent. It's been back games of just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very difficult lobby, night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage, but they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly what I loved about the fight with for Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there. It's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs. And what actually they ended up using is they went off the cliff, back behind for Thrives, and then used that terrain where they couldn't actually see to move around in front of them as well. So it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like for Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA, good knowledge of the terrain, and great synergy overall.
It was a magic trick almost.
It was. It really was.
Max, there is something that has been pretty much pissing us off when we talk about Aaron Gill, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Enigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Enigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just, they're just squandering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean, Enigma Galaxy saw what we could do when they can actually get out of the hot drop, but here you go, Pachinki, Enigma Galaxy dropping there since the 1990s at this point, and Ida going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not begin for this hot drop. You know as a clear-up fact that Enigma Galaxy will never give up this location. And it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking, Enigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangles, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1-2, that's it. But you're right, Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a four-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Nigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry, and I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Yeah. Again, they have 2 points. You're not gonna win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 Thrives, I think it was on one of the Arangles earlier, Niptura, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki waiting for the loot truck to come out, because they know no one is going to get that loot truck because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, big respect, by the way, Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed, but one mistake, one slight error, and you lose a player, and instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4 Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send. Game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So, yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it wouldn't be Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we were talking about someone, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think, Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But Ida just,
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. Everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck, you can see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2. Round 2, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max.
This is Picado Red Buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado Red Buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop Red Building Picado, I am going to come over to your table, and I'm going to be aggressive. Yes, I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to hee-hee at you very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment, we don't like it. End of story.
Yeah, unless you're Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E-Arena right now in 1st place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing on those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the Elims. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as the day has been going on.
We got to start in another match.
Aurora, Max.
Unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc, right? I would even take the dockening at this point. I would be like, I want to see something come out of it. But yeah, they've definitely been slowing down quite significantly. Keep in mind, they've got 11 placement points, sure, but they got 2nd place on the first rondo. That's 6 placement points. After that, the rest of the day is only 5 placement points after 3 Arangles back-to-back. Quite disappointing, especially when it's just outside the very pair. I was expecting way more. They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf just got a 4-man finish, you know Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me,
Hi,
I'm not too
no
worried
start.
about Aurora
ఏం
right now.
తినకుండా
They've had a
వచ్చాను.
good start to the
స్టార్ట్
game,
అయిందంటే
or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the
లేదు
last
నేను
minute to
తినేసి
actually do
వచ్చాను
something.
ఊడి
They
గ్యాప్
just
లో
do
నేను
just enough to
తినలేదు
stay ahead. But
స్టార్ట్
the
అయిందని
problem is
వచ్చేసా
when
నేను
you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their
Super
best
ra.
yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the
like
day, I'll be a bit
నెక్స్ట్
worried.
ఎరంగిల్ కాదు మిరామర్
And then you started sounding very worried to me.
One chicken is needed for the top 8 exactly.
You just kept saying more teams.
Alexa last message కొంచెం మా టీమ్ కి ఇవ్వడానికి వాళ్ళ నేమ్స్ ని మెన్షన్ చేయండి షార్ట్ ఇవ్వండి పిల్లు జాయ్ వెంకటేష్ గణేష్ మీ వెంకటేష్ అని వచ్చి 1v1 ఆడదాం అన్నాడు ఫస్ట్ ఆ మెంటాలిటీ మార్చుకోమని బ్రో మనం ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ ప్లేయర్ మీరు కాంపిటేటివ్ కి వెళ్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారు అలా అంత అలా వెళ్ళి ఎవరిని అడగకూడదు 1v1 ఆడదాము అని చిన్నపిల్లల మైండ్ సెట్ చిన్నపిల్లలు ఎట్లా చేస్తారు కాంపిటేటివ్ ప్లేయర్స్ అంటే మైండ్ సెట్ ఎట్లా ఉండాలి ఎంత మెచ్యూర్డ్ గా ఉండాలి హై రాక్స్టర్
You've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
no driver's license.
I won't carry on about that. But look, I even like.
కేషట్ ఇప్పుడు నేనే స్టార్ట్ అవునా లేదులే మ్యాచ్ మిరామర్ అయిపోగలుగుతా హై రాక్స్టర్ మెంబర్షిప్ ఏదో ఇది
Also worried in that sense because, like, even in that final zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoop up behind Nigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
Yep. One team that I want to see more out of, especially towards
that second phase. వెంకటేష్ ఎంత ఫ్రాగర్ అందుకే అందరినీ వెళ్ళి అడుగుతా ఉంటాడు కొంచెం మైండ్ డిఫరెంట్ వాడికి అదేలే కానీ ఎట్లుండాలంటే మన గేమ్ ప్లే అనేది మన యాటిట్యూడ్ రిప్రజెంట్ చేయాలి అలా వెళ్ళి మనం అందరినీ అడిగి మనం ప్రూవ్ చేసుకోకూడదు మనం ఆడితే వాళ్ళు చూసి మన దగ్గరకు రావాలి మన గేమ్ ప్లే అట్లా ఉండాలి అరే బ్రో బాగా ఆడుతున్నావు బ్రో అని వాళ్ళు వచ్చి చెప్పాలి మన దగ్గర హై ప్యాంథర్ హలో థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద angels Sandy.
I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be seen in your group stage. You have that from Admino, even Somay. And Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed
is
Manu is making like
welcome.
Sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now because
esports lo matchmaking చూస్తున్నా అక్క
decisions, but it looks like a few other sort of on the team
esports matchmaking room lo matchmaking చేస్తావా నువ్వు
also one thing that we really need to think about or they need to think about is it seems like
అభి నువ్వు హైదరాబాద్ రావా నీకు ఒకటి అడుగుదాం అనుకున్నా మర్చిపోయా నీకు మెసేజ్ పెడతా చూడు ఇప్పుడు కాదులే కానీ నెక్స్ట్ మంత్ సెప్టెంబర్ 1st కలాగా
you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Nigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They're trying to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their play.
ఒరే ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లాబీ అయినా నేషనల్ లాబీ అయినా రూమ్ ఇట్లా రా మ్యాచ్ మేకింగ్ చేస్తారు గొర్రెలా మీరు మీకు ఏం చెప్పాలా నేను పోనీ యూర్ స్క్రీన్ వాయిస్ ని మ్యూట్ చేయవా ఓకే డన్ 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 అంతముందా నేను ఎలక్సీ గేమింగ్ తమ్ముడిని అన్న ఇన్వైట్ చేశారు జానీ టీమ్ లో మన రేంజ్ అలా ఉందక్క అంట ఇందులో జానీ టీమ్ ఇందులో నా నా తమ్ముడు అని చెప్పకు నా పరుగు పోతుంది వెంకటేష్ మిమ్మల్ని ఫాలో అవుతుంది మీ స్ట్రీమ్స్ కూడా తక్కువ తీసుకోకు ఎంతైనా అయ్యి నేను అసలు అబ్బాయి నేనేమనట్లేదు అబ్బాయి అని అడగడం కూడా నేను కాదనట్లేదు నేనేమన్నా నేను తనకి చెప్తున్నా ఎట్లుండాలని ఈ స్పోర్ట్స్ ప్లేయర్ యాటిట్యూడ్ ఎట్లుండాలో చెప్తున్నా అంతే నేను తన్నేం తప్పుగా అనుకోలేదు తప్పుగా నేను చాలా మంది రోజు కామన్ ఎవరు అందరు వచ్చి అంటారు అందుకని ఆడదామా బట్ నేను మీకు మంచి టీం బిల్డ్ చేయాలని ఉంది కాబట్టి మీరు యాటిట్యూడ్ ఎట్లా మెయింటైన్ చేయాలని చెప్తున్నా అట్లా ఎవరిని పడితే ఆడిని ఇట్లా అడగకూడదు, మనల్ని మనం తగ్గించుకోకూడదు. బ్యూటీ ఆఫ్ తెలుగు. థ్యాంక్ యూ ప్రదీప్. హలో, నేను తిన్నా, మీరు తిన్నారా? అడ్వాన్స్ హ్యాపీ రక్షా బంధన్, మై ఇన్స్పిరేషన్, మై రోల్ మోడల్ అక్కగారు. నైస్ రా. మాది ఈరోజు కర్రీ పుట్టి పప్పు దొండకాయ కూర. స్టార్ట్ అయింది మ్యాచ్. జాయిన్ అయినట్టున్నారు. పుట్టి పప్పు బెండకాయ కూర. మీది ఏం కూర? ఇష్టము మై కమీష్ ఏంది జానీ కనబడలేటి? ఒరేయ్, ఇది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ రా. ట్యాగ్ క్వాలిఫై అయిందా? గుర్రా చేస్తావు. అభిషేక్ ఏంట్రా ప్లాన్? హై సాయి. ఇట్లా తెలిసిన వాళ్ళకి చెప్పచ్చు, తెలియని వాళ్ళకి చెప్పచ్చురా. తెలిసిన వాళ్ళకి అసలు చెప్పకూడదు. నేను మొన్న అరే సారీ గోడ్లకు బాగా ఆడిందిరా అని రీల్ పెడితే దానికి ఏదో జోకర్ అని కామెంట్ పెడుతున్నాడు. ఆడు జోకర్ ఎందుకు ఉంటాడు రా గాడ్లెక్ టీంలో? అదే తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు చెప్పచ్చు, తెలియని వాళ్ళు చెప్పచ్చు. తెలిసి తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఉంటారు, సో వాళ్ళకి మనం ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడం. నాకు ఆయన అప్డేట్ నచ్చలేదు ప్రదీప్. హాయ్ డిఎన్ఏ గారు, మోగ్లీ హలో. మీకు నచ్చిందేమో, నాకు అసలు ఆడబుద్ధి అవ్వదు ఆ అప్డేట్. హాయ్ తిరుపతి.
But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also
అసలు నువ్వు అందులో ఆ లాబీ ఆడితేరా నువ్వు ల్యాండ్ ఏదో కొట్టేస్తారా? నేను
I would say towards some of these latest moments.
చిన్న రిక్వెస్ట్ అలెక్సా ఒకసారి ప్యూర్ ట్రెడిషనల్ డ్రెస్ లో స్ట్రీమ్ చేయా. 21st హ్యారీ వేసుకొస్తాడు. 21st T21. థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ షౌట్ అవుట్ అండ్ రీడింగ్ మై మెసేజ్. My team will watch your stream. Thank you, Jonathan. By the way, bye-bye and all the best. 20th Raksha Bandhan నాకైతే వర్స్ట్ డే, ఎందుకంటే నాకు రాఖీ ఇవ్వలేదు. Thanks for the stream because we all waiting God like నేను కూడా. అక్క వెంకటేష్ ఒకటి కాల్ ఇస్తే ఇంకోటి వేస్తాడు, అట్లనే దొబ్బింది మా పీసే. ఏమైనా ఛాన్స్ ఉంటే మీరు కొంచెం నేర్పిస్తారా? నాకు అసలు గేమే రాదు బ్రో, నేను అసలు గేమే ఆడను బ్రో. ఫేస్ క్యామ్ ఇంకా కొద్దిగా ఇంకంత పెడితే స్ట్రైక్ వేస్తారు ఛానల్ మీద. అది వాళ్ళు ఏమంటారు, వాళ్ళు పర్మిషన్ ఇచ్చింది, వాళ్ళు చేయమనింది, వాళ్ళు ఎలా చేయమంటే మనం అలా చేయాలి. మన స్ట్రీమ్ అనుకో, మన కెమెరా ఎక్కడైనా పెట్టచ్చు, ఎలా మొత్తం కెమెరా పెట్టుకున్నా మనల్ని అడిగేవాళ్ళు లేడు. అది వాళ్ళు పర్మిషన్ ఇచ్చింది కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకే రైట్స్ ఉంటాయి. వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ కెమెరా పెట్టమంటే ఎంత లెంత్ పెట్టమంటే అంతే లెంత్ పెట్టాలి. ఐ విల్ షో యూ. నాకు వార్నింగ్ మెయిల్ కూడా వచ్చింది పొద్దున, కొంచెం కెమెరా పెద్దగా పెట్టినాను.
So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff.
Red color.
Let's turn our attention as well to E Arena, who has looked
violation of EWC Paris streaming guidelines. కొంచెం పెంచిన అంతే, దానికి మెయిల్ వచ్చింది. ట్రై చేస్తామని అంత తప్పదు అన్నయ్య గారు, వాళ్ళు చెప్పినట్టు పెట్టాలి కదా. ఇవాళ శ్రావణ శుక్రవారం కదా, మంచిగా జడేసుకొని లంగోనిగా. ఇది కొత్త డ్రెస్సే, మా అమ్మ కొనింది మొన్న. డ్రెస్ అంటే లంగోని అంటే కష్టం గైస్, అందుకే 21st వేసుకొస్తానని చెప్పానుగా. హాఫ్ సారీ సారీ వేసుకొస్తాను. హై డాక్టర్ బాబు గారు. తప్పకుండా శాండీ గారు. నువ్వు నాకు ఒక డౌట్, స్ట్రీమ్ కి బీజామాయికి పెట్టినంత ఇన్కమ్ వస్తుందా అంటే? అర్థం కాలేదు. టీమ్ కి మనం ఖర్చు పెట్టినంత నేను అంతేం పెట్టిన గేమ్ కి ఎవరైనా ఇస్తే యూసీ తీసుకుంటా కానీ నాగా నేను రాయల్ పాస్ కూడా ఉన్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ యువర్ విషెస్. మా టీమ్ నేమ్ నెక్స్ట్ టైం అక్కడ ఉన్న టోర్నమెంట్ లో కనపడితే మన తెలుగు టీమ్ కి సపోర్ట్ చేయడానికి ఓకేనా? నేను వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నా బ్రో, ఎవరైనా మంచిగా సెమీఫైనల్స్ అట్లా ల్యాండ్ స్టేజ్కి వెళ్తుందేమో అఫీషియల్ గా సపోర్ట్ చేద్దామని. మేము సపోర్ట్ చేసినంత మాత్రం ఎవరికి క్వాలిఫై చేయరు కదా. ఎవరైనా టీం మంచిగా స్కిల్ చూపించి ల్యాండ్ స్టేజ్ దాకా వెళ్తే సపోర్ట్ చేద్దామని నేను కూడా చూస్తున్నా. థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ ద సమోసా. ఆ రోజు లక్ష్మీ వ్రతం 21st. హై నంద గారు, థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద 20 జెల్స్. జేజే క్రియేటర్స్ తెలుగు టోటల్ డైలీ 6 మ్యాచెస్, మొత్తం అయితే 18 మ్యాచెస్ అండి. ఇవాళ 4 మ్యాచెస్ అయిపోయాయి, ఇంకా 2 ఉన్నాయి. థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ ద 20 జెల్స్ అగైన్ క్రియేటర్స్ తెలుగు.
I mean, to be fair, Dennis was trying to almost preempt that when he was practicing, putting the key into the trophy yesterday. So
24th వాడి బర్త్డే రావుదే.
I mean, the thing is, he was literally putting his opponent.
బర్త్డే ఉందని గుర్తు చేసి విజయ్ మీరందరూ మర్చిపోకుండా విజయ్ చేయాలని గుర్తు చేస్తున్నాడు వాడు. థ్యాంక్ యూ అగైన్ జేజే క్రియేటర్స్ తెలుగు. గైస్ మనకి డాలర్ సింబల్ పక్కన ఒక గిఫ్ట్ ఉంటుంది, మీరు దాంట్లో 1K ఫ్రీ వచ్చినవి అవి కొట్టండి గైస్ ప్లీజ్ అంట. అందరి పాటికి ఎప్పుడో కొట్టేసుకుంటారా? మళ్ళీ నువ్వు అడగాలి కదా ఫస్ట్ డే అంటే ఏంట్రా అని అడుగుతావు కదా అదే. ఎవరు దిక్కుంటున్నారు? థ్యాంక్ యూ జేజే క్రియేటర్స్ తెలుగు. ఆడతా కానీ అప్డేట్ పోయాక ఆడతా బ్రో. ఇదో పీజీ గేమ్ ఆడతా. అలెక్సా అక్క, మేము మంచిగా ఆడితే తెలుగు టీం నుంచి నాకు ఒక అలెక్సా అర్థం కాలేదు బ్రో. అలెక్సా ఏంటి? అమెజాన్ అలెక్సా. థ్యాంక్ యూ అఖిల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ జేజే క్రియేటర్స్ తెలుగు గారు. బాగుంటుంది అని చెప్పా. ఓకే అండి. టాప్ 8 లో ఉంది 40. తెలుసు 40%.
Ziola can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo, so sure maybe he doesn't showcase it been pulling his weight, but top, it's been the top show, getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber.
No, I don't have team and I am not interested at all. నాకు అసలు అంత కాంపిటేటివ్ ఆడలేను వంశీ. హాయ్ నవీన్. నేను ఎందుకు తిట్టుకుంటున్నాను? నైస్ అండి. అంటే ఈ సీజన్ మొత్తం ఆడవా అంటే స్టీమ్ పెడతా కానీ పీసీ గేమ్స్ ఆడతా. నాకు నారుటో అప్డేట్ నచ్చలేదు, స్పైడర్ మ్యాన్ కూడా నచ్చలేదు. ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ అప్డేట్ అన్న ఆడదాం అనుకుంటే టూ మచ్ పవర్స్. ఒక్కొక్కరు 8 సార్లు 8 సార్లు కొట్టాల్సి వస్తుంది ఒక్కొక్కరిని ఒక టీం ఎలిమినేట్ చేయాలంటే. మొత్తం బాగపోతుంది.
You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad. So the pressure is
start చేయండి తొందరగా. చెక్క తినొచ్చు దాని రాబిగా.
I want to see more survival time out of him as well, but here we go. We're looking at the overall.
మా కలిపి పెడతావా?
We're talking about Tiamba, we're talking about Flash, we're talking about some of this team.
Thank you JJ Creators గారు, ఇవాళంతా పంపుదామని ఫిక్స్ అయిపోయారు జెల్స్. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
You picked Team Flash, right?
Next update బాగుంటది అక్క. నారుటో వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా అట్లాగే అన్నారు బాగుంటది.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on,
23 points behind.
Coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard so your prediction is correct?
Temple close చేసే టైం అయింది. ఓకే రా.
What's going on with Team Flash? You're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but okay. No, Team Flash, I feel like there was one fight that was versus 4 Drives. I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. And I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight, which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So I don't think it's a gameplay issue per se. I feel like it's more of a mindset issue that Flash need to try and resolve.
This squad, I mean, they have the fan base here, they have the support from the fans.
They're
not going to be happy with this performance.
No, they're not, and I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them, but typically this is a team that likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of half-heartedly making good on some of these plays, but they get overthrown very, very quickly by these more aggressive players, more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to those fights, and except for today, it just kind of feels like that's what they're the name that they're living up to, unfortunately.
I mean, it's an incredible start from them, though, from the first couple of matches. So, like, obviously, we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like, obviously, coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans to back them up. Of course, I'm backing them up. Maybe not for the rest of today, but tomorrow.
Next match you can for God, like next match ante last meet amara ee match nenu indaka angle kodtarane anukunna
okay if you only have a typical rule set, sure, fair enough, you can have one day off. We got smash ruling. You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3 and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the smash zone at the same time. Eventually Nongshim Red Force did get the win, stealing it away from Furia, but smash ruling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Niptura, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap, it might be impossible to come back from in that final day.
Oh, exactly, and there's your point brings up 2 teams to mind for me. The first one we've already talked about, Aurora. I said that they typically are a day 3 team, which makes things very complicated.
9:30 అయ్యేలా ఉంది రోజు 8:30 కల్లా అయిపోతుంది 8:39 కల్లా మ్యాచెస్ ఫైనల్స్ అని సాగు కొడుతున్నారు ఎవరు ఉంటాడు మీ గోల మ్యాచ్ లేకపోతే మ్యాచ్ తెలుగు చేయడం మర్చిపోయాడేమో.
The momentum just drops significantly and then they can bring it back up on day 3.
కొంచెం టఫ్ చేయాలి గాడ్ లైక్ కొడుతుందేమో గాని
scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those 2 teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Confidence
day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Rule is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to Smash Rule on the last day,
నేను అక్కడ ఉండే మైక్ లాక్కుని ఎప్పుడు స్టార్ట్ చేసేదాన్ని ప్రతి బ్రో
plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the smash zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via smash rule. And this is something that you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad.
Big waiting god like kada nenu kuda
adjusting their playing style because all they have to do
is just win,
from
but it also adds
so much
pressure.
Yes,
we do have to highlight it. I want to 20 members
చూస్తాం
season 1 Jakarta
watching 30 వస్తుంది bro.
What was it, 50 plus point lead after day 1? Like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games, and then
Venkatesh cash out
oh wait a minute,
Venkatesh kana Jonathan manchodu mi dantlo
pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling, you're having a bad time.
Mania checking, bot checking clerk
taken away in that last Miramar, but
ఇది ప్రాక్టీస్ మ్యాచ్ కాదు చెకింగ్ చేసుకోవడానికి
top position, but
every day is important, every match is important.
Kind of curse based on how you approach it, and for 4 thrives, I am scared if they do get into the smash room once again.
నేను ఆడట్లేదు ఇప్పుడు ఛాలెంజ్ చేయడానికి.
Back in that last event, it was looking shaky. They can't afford
అక్క బ్రో అనకు తమ్ముడు అని చాలు. రెండింటికి ఒకటే కదా మీనింగ్.
Pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. For them, being able to be champions though for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Nick Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PMWC at Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Ralph, from of course Nigma Galaxy. Now buddy, I've got to get in there and ask, the pop-off moment, Eda's been hot dropping you every game. It feels like every time we're in Erangel, they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this and I'm going to prove it standing up on the stage?
I mean, Ida knows.
Traditional Toslu team you paid 10k
for 7 years now. So they want to challenge us. They want to prove this.
మీరు ఇప్పుడు 10k పంపించండి రేపొద్దున కట్టుకోవచ్చు చీర.
They know we won't change and they know we're better than them, so just a waste of time for them.
God bless Jonathan.
First match they were scared to fight and they ran away.
God like Jonathan ఉండే బాగుండేది.
Just kill them easily. So yeah, that's why I pop off, because it doesn't make sense.
OG should play consistent. Normal గా OG కి పొజిషన్ పాయింట్స్ వస్తాయి కదా మంచిగా. అవి కూడా రావట్లేదు.
Obviously, let's talk a little bit more about positive. It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely.
ఇంత సేపు మాట్లాడిస్తాడు రా. డిన్నర్ కి ఏమో వెళ్ళారేమో లేకపోతే.
Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up. And try to grab that trophy.
There you go. Respectful as always with some brilliant takes. Always loving the chat to Ralph. There you go. Nigma Galaxy. Let's see if they can do it.
I see the key crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
No imaginations, bro. Only reality. No 10k UPA.
Through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. Solve this, nerd.
Teamwork లేదు బొక్కలేదు. ప్రతి మ్యాచ్ లో ఓపెన్ ఉంటాడు అతను. నేను మధ్యలో రెస్ట్ తీసుకుంటూనే ఉన్నా. OG ఏమో డౌట్ బట్ మన గాడ్ లైక్ విల్ డూ ఫర్.
Okay, France was stronger than I
గో
thought.
మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైతే ఇట్లా అన్నారో ఇట్లా తిడుతున్నారో ఐ మీన్ ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ లేకుండా ఇట్లా అంటున్నారో బాగా ఆడిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మీరే పోగొడతారు వచ్చి కామెంట్ లో గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. బాగా ఆడినా ఆడకున్నా మన టీం గైస్ వాళ్ళకి ఫైనల్స్ ఎప్పుడు ఆడిన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ లేదు. ప్రెషర్ చాలా ఉంటుంది, వాళ్ళు హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి కదా. దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ దే బెస్ట్ అంతే. నాకైతే మన టీం ఎక్కడున్నా ఏ ప్లేస్లో ఉన్నా హ్యాపీ. వాళ్ళు ఫైనల్స్కి వెళ్ళారు, అదే చాలు. ఈసారి ఫైనల్స్కి వెళ్ళారు, నెక్స్ట్ టైం కప్పు కొడతారు. ఫోర్టీ పైన ఉంటే చాలా. ఎందుకు 40 బాగా ఆడుతుందా?
Time to go.
I love seeing them just crashing.
Yes, break time.
What's one thing, Lace? What's one thing?
Players ever layer వెనక చూడండి, మనం కూడా బ్రేక్ వెళ్తే బెస్ట్ గైస్. ప్లేయర్స్ వెనక లేరు.
Max Man's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think you know what? 7. You.
Oh, wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and...
Sorry.
How would you do that, though? What's like...
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
7 also. What would I be crushing?
Thank you, bro. For a family, night but time would study.
Ooh, can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
No, don't do me.
On the spot. Come on.
I would be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the.
Chart lanni messages bro.
I don't like it. It's not fun.
Alexa, you gonna try next tournament
on the monitor. He's
you have the potential.
Very intensely is 7, and
seriously,
I don't have an answer. You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is bullying.
The wave game art the service now.
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually. Yeah.
She's just gonna be printing them out.
But then the taste really for tasting.
Mine, I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be sick. You know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'll love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the.
Squeaky chicken.
No. The what?
Squeaky chicken. Crush that. See what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're going to be going into Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing, oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time to us. We're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far. A PMWC, Aurora with this one. That one hurt to see. But this was working out for EA, especially because it jumped at the same time.
Yeah, it did. That was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was a sticky situation that they had to get themselves out of. So yeah, GG on that one.
Did they hit the light post?
A little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out.
That one, that was my favorite one so far, Max.
That's so good.
You know how hard it is to do that?
I mean, you cannot replicate that. Also,
Vortex very big shoulder to you.
We can't see all of the shots connected, but some of them do. And before he jumps out, that's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. Was really big for Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one
stinks.
Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. It was like, ooh,
never
the reigning champ is the PFGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
That's like, ooh, maybe not. Hora, we love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and it's, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG mobile players.
We do.
What we do, Max. It's pretty much this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance. Give the other players a chance.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. Like us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners, because otherwise they're just not going to get anything done. So yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to get a little bit more red with this hot drops. But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike, they haven't hot dropped before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play styles from previous matches. I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard, they are a team that will be able to hit the Smash Roll because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our sport here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions turn it with, just scan that, scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selecting. I ended up selecting Aurora being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that I haven't picked them to win.
That's fair. I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but they're not. The way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But 4 Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because, look, I've been supporting you for ages and ages. And you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is 4th right. I thought I was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought I was horror. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
Bad. No.
I love that Sarah just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any 4th Rise merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think he's win.
Yeah?
Yes.
Let's go. Big up for Ulf.
Let's go, Ulf. Ulf.
What about you, brother?
Ulf.
All right, hell yeah. So we got some old fans in the house. Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit. Hey guys, 4 Thrives. Hey, okay, there we go. Got some 4 Thrives fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4 Thrives?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah, but
there's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
how is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4 Thrives here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4 Thrives?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our country and represent us, so we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event as well, giving them your energy? I imagine that. I've been hearing a lot of 4 Thrives cheers. That coming from you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely us. We are here to support our team, to cheer them.
All right. Yeah. Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for 4 Thrives. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here? Hello, brother. How you doing? Yeah? Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's going to be a tough competition. It's the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's wait till tomorrow so then I can say who can win. Okay. I know the game, I know how the game works. So let's just wait patiently. First day is a good day for everyone. Let's hope my team win. Horror.
We want to see Horror win. If they're gonna, you'd love to see a big Horror victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say no disrespect to any team, but I want my team to win. That's the motive of champions.
There you go. We're looking for a Horror win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah, Well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
How did you... Can I see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avali, did you take this from somebody?
No. No. No, no,
Okay.
no, no,
Okay.
no, 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 don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into that because that is scary. Talking about scary, we had some hot drops that we were talking about with Godlike versus Hora. This squads, I mean, the only thing that would suck for those squads is that they're currently on that second page, Max. That's why we're saying we don't want to see any hot drops from those two squads.
Nobody wants to be Eda 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know
It's
what?
fair.
If
It's
you're an
fair.
Eda fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point.